Alrighty, we should be live. How's everyone doing in the chat? It's good to see all you guys. What's up, Novice Nation? How you doing? What's up, Phantom Flame 555? I see Bradley's in the chat. Sir Towel's Kingdom, Little Ball of Fun, Captain Alex Sus, Bacon Inferno, Emily Bilham. We have Yoshi Games and Plays, Cade, Joey Farrell, Cam Dog. I see a lot of you guys over there. Okay. I'm already seeing a little bit of lag on my stream right now. Which, if you guys recall, this did happen a little bit when I was trying to stream my last discussion stream. So, what ended up happening last time, if it got really bad, I ended up having to, like, reset my computer. So, I'm hoping I won't have to do that this time. But if it does get really bad, I'll reset my computer and I'll disconnect from the stream a little bit and then come back, and hopefully, just like last time, it should run smoothly. I don't know why my PC's been doing this, why there's been a little bit of lag, but let me go ahead and check on my stream right now just to see if everything's running well on your end. Also, can you guys hear the music okay? Lower bitrate for stability. Oh yeah, it's running well. I don't see any lag on the YouTube side of things. It's more like I see lag from OBS Studio, and that was kind of an indication of things just like slowing up on my PC last time. I think it's like a CPU overload, but I don't know why it overloads my CPU. But I'm hoping that it'll stay stable enough for the entire stream and that it's not a side of it being like last time. But regardless, it shouldn't be too bad. If it does get too bad, I'll just reset my my PC and do what I did like the last discussion stream as well. And then, you know, Grande and I will still be there, still be talking. But I do want to say thank you guys for all being here for this very important conversation. We're going to get on a call with Grande here very shortly. And I do want to say, and this is very important, that this is not an Attack Grande stream. Any sort of harassment in my live chat or, you know, any sort of questions in bad faith, I'm not going to tolerate that in this stream. I understand that there's people who are upset, people who are angry, and I do want to acknowledge that. And I think it's very, your anger and frustration is very valid. I don't want to diminish that, but this stream is not going to be productive at all if it ends up just becoming like a pointing fingers stream and harassment and things like that. So I want to engage in productive dialogue and constructive dialogue and not a destructive dialogue, so we could understand each other and hopefully, you know, understand Grande's position a little bit better, and then Grande helps understand everyone else's position a little bit better, because I think there's like a little bit of confusion overall. But of course, you know, I'll leave that up for people's individual judgment. Okay, just checking on my stream a little bit there. But yeah, I appreciate you all for being here, and I do want to put one other disclaimer on this stream as well. I'm in my line of questioning. You guys might think, oh, you know, Gabrin's throwing out, or Novice. I use my real name. I never do that. Novice is throwing out softball questions to Grande, but my intention with my questioning with Grande is going to just be getting context for everything. So I'm going to be asking him questions about his relationship to Ballomatic and Purple Phoenix. I'm going to be asking him to give comments on all the comments left on Ballomatic's stream. I'm going to be asking him to just give an overview of what was going on in his mind and, you know, his opinions now. I'm not going to be like pushing him towards like a specific conclusion or like drilling really hard on a specific line of questioning. But I did inform him that at the end of the stream, I am going to leave it open for people in my live chat to ask him questions themselves. And we're actually going to be even having like some streamers join in the call along with us, with me and Grande, and they can ask their questions too. And they might ask a little bit more direct questions than I necessarily do. So exactly, Bacon Inferno. It's not going to be necessarily an easy conversation to have, but it's an important one, and it's one that requires a lot of delicate care in approaching it as well. So I'm going to give Grande the best opportunity for him to explain himself and his position, try to create a space where he can talk about his position, give him questions to give him like the best context as possible. And I hope that my chat gives him the same respect, and I expect him to give you guys the same exact respect as well. Is my stream lagging at all on your end? You know, give me just 1 second. I want to see if I can nip this in the bud. I'm going to try to restart my PC, because when I did that last time... So, no lag? You're not getting any lag? You know, give me just 1 second. Okay. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for it. If it gets too bad, I'm gonna restart my PC. I just hope I don't have to interrupt the conversation too much when I'm talking with Grande. Cool. But yeah, great to see you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and hop in a call with Grande. Also, let me know if he's too loud or too soft. If you guys could hear him all right in the stream once I hop in the call. But yeah, without further ado, I'm going to give Grande a call on Discord, and let's just take it from there.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going, Grande? Or Ryan?
Hey, it's going good, Novice. How are you?
I'm doing good. Hey, you know, first and foremost, I do want to just, thank you for hopping on and engaging in this conversation, because it is a very important one. One thing I do want to let you know before we get further into everything is my PC is lagging a little bit here, which is something that happened a little bit during...
hopefully it's gonna be okay.
I'm hoping so too, but this is something that happened a little bit in my last discussion stream too. And what ended up happening is once it got really bad, I reset my PC and then it was fine after that. I'm hoping it doesn't have to get to that point during this stream, but if things start lagging up, if my voice gets choppy, or just like my PC starts getting really laggy, I'll go ahead and do that, and I'll hop right back on the stream, and we'll go ahead and continue the conversation. Okay, he's a little bit loud. Okay, I'll turn his volume down just a little bit.
A bit loud, apparently.
Yeah, I'll turn you down just a tad bit.
Usually I'm a bit quiet, so that's different.
Yeah, it's a good change of pace for you, I'm sure. How's your day been going so far?
It's been going good. It's a little bit cooler here today, which I'm a fan of. Of course, not a big fan of the heat, so I approve.
For sure. Yeah, I know, like, the weather here in California has been pretty, like, all over the place. It's like, it's been, like, hot for a few days, then it's been, like, cold for a few days. It's just been, like, messing with everyone. The weather's been kind of all over the place, but it's a nice day today. I'm really grateful for that over here in Cali.
Yeah, it can be really unpredictable here, too. It's like, I think it was, like, right around 29 Celsius here a couple days ago, and now it's, like, plus 10. It's like, what the heck's going on?
Yeah, I know. It's, living in wild times for sure. But, yeah, without further ado...
Oh, yeah.
I'll go ahead and get into some questions. And, like I mentioned to the chat, I did go over these questions with you, yesterday. But also at, like, the end of the stream, I'm going to open the floor for people in my chat to ask their questions as well. And, of course, they might ask a little bit more direct questions than I do. Of course, questions that have to do with harassment or aren't specifically focused on Ballomatic, Purple Phoenix, and the topic of homophobia. I'm not even going to acknowledge or engage in those types of questions. So yeah, let's get started.
Yep, sounds good.
Awesome. So the first question I want to start asking you about is, I want to ask you about your relationship with Ballomatic and Purple Phoenix. Like, what is the nature of your friendship with them? How did you become friends with them? And, what was, like, the context leading up to the stream that, everyone has been talking about up to that point?
Yeah, so first things first, I do want to make sure I say this. Just thank you so much for letting me be here and just giving me this opportunity. It really does mean a lot to me.
Yeah, of course. Happy to have you here.
Um, yeah, so as far as my relationship with Ballomatic and Purple Phoenix, I consider them both very good friends of mine, and I truly don't think they intended to hurt anyone at any point. Um, Now, Ballomatic, I met him in, I believe it was 2021, so I've known him for almost 4 years. I met him through a collab that I did with a different streamer. And Purple Phoenix, I think I met her, I believe it was 2022,
Mm-hmm.
near the beginning of 2022. And I met her through another streamer as well. And again, I consider them both really good friends of mine. So that's my relationship with them at the moment.
And sometime like from meeting them back in 2021 and 2022 to now, you guys just kind of just got really close. You guys talked a lot in streams. You guys talked a lot in Discord, and just kind of like got close in that way, or
Yeah, just seeing each other more in streams, and eventually we ended up doing a couple of collabs, and it's just we just kind of meshed together. So
just
that's
mesh.
kind of how it happened.
Now, during like the time that you knew them up until that stream, did you notice anything like off in terms of, because obviously Ballomatic said some pretty unpopular things, and to a lot of people hurtful things in that stream of his.
Yeah.
Did you notice anything during your collabs or personal interactions with them to show that that he had those beliefs, or any sort of like red flags in terms of like LGBTQ community, of comments that he'd make or they'd make, and things that they'd say, that anything like raise a red flag or alarm in your mind?
Honestly, no. That's the only time I've ever heard either of them. Well, I don't think Purple. I could be wrong with this. I don't think Purple Phoenix was there while that was happening during that stream. I might be wrong about that. Um, but yeah, I've never heard him talk about it that way ever. I've never had like a red flag or anything. Um, so it was shocking in the sense that like I said, I've never heard him talk about it in that way. But in my opinion, again, I don't think him or Purple Phoenix ever meant to hurt anyone. I do think a lot of this was definitely taken out of context.
Mm-hmm.
I know I have a lot of explaining to do, which we'll get into.
Of course.
Yeah. But yeah, it just kind of came out of nowhere. It's like I can't even think of what game he was playing now, but it's like it just kind of, there's a time and place for everything. And I know he is religious. That's what I was supporting him on. I guess I can go ahead and touch on this a little bit right now.
Totally.
But when I was supporting him, it's like he said his comments, and I was supporting him because of his religious beliefs and the fact that he was willing to talk about something like that publicly, because it's not something that anyone can do. I know some people have been saying that I was just kind of agreeing with the whole chat and everything, which is not true at all. I would have said what I said regardless of what people were saying in the chat. But I do understand how that would look bad to somebody else. Like it makes it look like I'm agreeing with everything he's saying, which I'll be honest, it's not true. I know the big line that he said was that gay people are broken and they need help. I've never thought that for 1 second, and I need to make sure people know that. And I wouldn't be here today if I had something against gays or lesbians or, etc. Because I think everyone is allowed to be what they want to be. I really do. Like, I've never publicly shame somebody or shame somebody at all. Those words have never come out of my mouth, but again, I do understand how somebody looking at that stream and looking at my comments, I do see why that would look bad to somebody, and I really do apologize about that. And one thing, I have slowly started doing this already. I do want to reach out to those people who were affected and hurt by, anyone's actions in this situation. I've already started to do that slowly. Because, like, apologizing publicly is one thing, but I do feel like it's more genuine to do it privately, one-on-one. So I do want to make sure that people know that that door is open for them. If they want to send me a friend request on Discord, because my messages is set to friends only. So yeah, just send me a friend request and we can talk. Again, I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of questions right now. And if you still have more questions after the stream, then you're more than welcome to message me. Like, I'm a very easy person to talk to. And that's something that people need to know. And I don't judge people for any reason, but again, I can see how this would look very bad to other people, but yeah, hopefully that does clarify a little bit right there.
Totally. And I also wanted to add that I'm currently friends with Grande on Discord, and like Grande said, he's opened it up for those that were hurt by this situation, for him to have a discussion with you one-on-one personally, so he's able to apologize to you. He said that his messages are friends only, so if you would like to send a friend request to him, I do have his tag on Discord if you want to send him a request. It's just the Grande Gamer, no spaces, no caps, so you could just add that on Discord and he'll accept your friend request. And if you'd like to talk to him like one-on-one about this, he's opened the door to do that as well one-on-one. So, but I do appreciate you giving a little bit more context on that and kind of like your mentality going into it. From what I'm gathering, you weren't necessarily focusing on what Ballomatic was saying on that stream specifically, but you were more focusing on the idea that Ballomatic was sharing something that's hard for him to share on stream, that could be, like, taken poorly, and you kind of, like, in a way admired the fact that he was able to share something that you knew could easily be attacked and easily be, like, like, there would be could be a lot of pushback against, and that was mainly what you were trying to convey with your comments on his stream.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, okay. And that makes sense in a way, but I know that still, and we're gonna get into your specific comments that you left in his live chat, that there is that, and there was the attitude, and I acknowledge this on my stream, so I'm not just coming up with this out of the blue. If you go back to my first stream where I reacted to Ballomatic stream, like from like a month or so ago, or maybe a month and a half ago at this point, I did mention in that stream, when I was reacting to Hunter's stream, that everyone in the chat and Hunter towards the end of that stream where he did make his hurtful comments towards the LGBTQ community, the way that Hunter seemed to be taking it, and a lot of his chat seemed to be taking it, was a moment of like deep connection and unity, which of course isn't what people see it as now, but within the context of that stream, it seemed like Hunter shared some beliefs that were difficult for him to share, because again, I agree with everyone in the chat that these are not good beliefs at all, but the general vibe and feeling of the stream between Hunter and his chat, with Grande being in his chat, was that people were sharing vulnerable things about themselves. Hunter was sharing things like about how he wants to do good and this and that, and he made his hurtful comments, but the general vibes were good in that stream, and I could see in a way how Grande picked up on those vibes and he did want to be part of it. Again, I will go into the specific chat messages because I want Grande to specifically address what was going on in his mind as he left those individual messages in the chat, because it's important to get that context as well. But in a way, I do see where you're coming from in a sense, Grande, but at the same time, I also do see, you know, why people are upset that those comments that he made in his live stream didn't set off more alarms in your head.
Right. No, it's totally understandable because like just to kind of add to it, so like from my point of view, you know, he does the stream, he says the controversial comments, and the stream ends, and that was just kind of it. I never heard anything about it until that video that Brian Cooley uploaded in January.
Yeah.
So that was one of the biggest questions that I've had, which I know I talked to you a little bit about yesterday, Novice. I was just wondering, like, why did it take so long for it to become a public issue? And I know you kind of answered that, and I do get it. I do kind of get it. I just want to see, like, what the chat kind of thinks about that.
Totally. And
like,
I think it's fair.
yeah.
I could give a little response to that as well. Give me just one moment. It is getting a little warm in my room, so I'm going to open a door, but I'm going to be right back, okay?
No worries.
I just started feeling it heat up, and I know it's only going to get worse from here, so I was just talking about how crazy the weather's been, so...
Yeah,
be right
take your
back.
time.
So, I do want to address that. Don't get me wrong, but I also don't want to get too ahead of myself either. I do want to specifically go back to the comments that you left on the stream and talk individually about those. And then after we go through those comments, we could talk about how things transpired after the stream, because that was like 6 months later, right? I'm pretty sure like that the video was uploaded.
Yeah.
It was uploaded 6 months later in January. So, but I do want to go through the individual messages that you left in his chat, and then we could go ahead and address more topics that came after.
Yep,
so,
sounds good.
I'm going to pull up here. Let me see. The first message. Oh, if my mouse is being a little funky. Give me a sec here.
Uh-oh.
I know. Let's just hope it works with me here. Okay. The first message that I see here was and this was I'm going in chronological order. So I know in the stream, I don't necessarily know at what points and what specific things Hunter was saying when you left these messages just off the top of my head, but I'm going in chronological order of when you said these things, and I know Hunter said his more controversial comments towards the beginning of these messages that you were saying, and then more towards the end, things just started becoming more general, and he started just talking about his life and what he wants to do on YouTube, and it didn't have to do with the LGBTQ community as much. But I want to go over these chat messages, and I want to see like what the thought process was behind these individual messages. So this was around when he started saying his comments, like his more hurtful comments. From what I understand, you said, I already had a lot of respect for you, Hunter, but that's gone up even more after tonight. What was the thought process behind that message?
Yeah, that just goes back to what I was talking about earlier, just the fact that he was willing to talk about something like that publicly. Like, for somebody to talk about something like that publicly, I will respect them for that, because that's a very hard conversation to have, so that's what that's getting at there.
Okay, that makes sense. So for the fact that he was able to share something so controversial about his religious beliefs just so openly on stream like that, that was more so. And I think I even said that when I was reacting to it in my live stream like a month and a half ago. I think I said I could see your logic being that as well. So that does make sense in a way. So that was the first message. The second message that I see here is, you know what? you will probably get hated for it, but that's life, sadly. But if those people are that concerned about your beliefs, they're the ones who need a reality check.
Yeah, okay, this one I definitely do need to apologize for. It took me a while to really put myself in other people's positions. Yeah, this is the one I probably got to apologize for the most. Like as far as like, you know, the beliefs and all that, like I said earlier, I think anyone should be able to be what they want to be, whether it's gay, lesbian, bi, etc. They don't need the reality check. It was just like one of those in the moment kind of things.
Yeah.
And again, if I had anything against those people, I wouldn't even be here right now. I wouldn't say that my DMs are open if you want to talk. I do regret saying that one. That's the one I probably regret the most.
So you're apologizing for this comment, this left in his live chat, and when it says so. The claim that I see here is that if people wish to criticize, you know, Hunter for these beliefs, and they wish to question his beliefs, you're essentially saying that they're the ones that need to be questioned instead. And currently, do you still believe that? What has changed about your beliefs from that message up until now? Like, what has changed, like, in your mentality from this compared to like what you're saying now?
Yeah, well, I think this comment, like it took me a while to really put myself in other people's positions, and like when that video by Brian Cooley came out, I just thought it was like a rumor, and that's by the way, I do apologize about that video I made. The video was pretty awful. I'm sure I'll talk more about it later, but
For sure.
I didn't really explain too much in that video, but yeah, when Brian Cooley made that video, I just kind of thought it was like a rumor and it would go away. I didn't think it was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as what changed, just like I said, just really putting myself in people's positions and just seeing what they're seeing. And this one I do feel really bad about. I do feel awful for saying that, because again, despite what some people might think or say, my intentions are never to hurt anyone. That's the last thing I ever want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But little did I know I've been doing it this whole time, and I really do apologize for that, honestly.
Of course, of course. So, as of right now, you would say that people are valid in questioning Hunter's comments. People are valid in questioning these beliefs, or being at least concerned about it, as you said in your chat message. You think that they're valid in doing that?
Oh, absolutely. But something else too. It's you know, the stream happened in June of last year, but then it took 7 months for it to become an issue. So I'm like, well, like my brain was telling me, okay, so it took this long for it to be public. Well, it must not be that big of a deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what my brain was telling me at the time. Obviously now it's changed, because I think some people were just afraid to speak up. I know we did talk about that yesterday a little bit.
Yeah, in our private call. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what's changed in regards to that.
So when you saw because I'm just addressing something that you said in your response just now. You said that when you heard about the Brian Cooley video, or maybe you probably watched it, it's a pretty short video. You just had the impression that these were rumors and it wasn't really based in any sort of like facts or reality. And like what was behind that idea? Like, where'd you get that idea? Was it after watching the video, or you saw the video was uploaded, you just thought it maybe was like a rumor, or someone trying to stir the pot, or a troll? Like, what led you to believe that these were rumors and not based in like an actual thing that happened?
Yeah, well, me just being straight up, when that video came out, I didn't even know what that was from, that stream. Like, I remember, like, when I saw the comments and everything, I remember it vaguely, but I'm like, what the heck was this even from? Because, again, it was 7 months ago at the time, um, and that was the first time I had heard anything about it since the stream, so, yeah, as far as, like, the rumors and everything, still, to this day, nobody has ever come to me privately about it. That's one of the biggest questions I also have. I'm not sure why nobody ever did. Um, I
Yeah.
could get into something that is maybe a bit off topic. I know we did talk a little bit about it, Novice, yesterday,
Yeah.
as far as like
And I
why,
could let you know if it's off
um,
topic and maybe if we'll address it later, but what was it?
just in regards to the content creator that I used to be friends with, that situation.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, we'll address that towards the end because that is related to more about like
Okay,
actions that could be taken now.
right.
So, but as of right now, you're deeply sorry about this comment. You think that people are completely valid in questioning Hunter's beliefs and his comments and being, concerned about them and criticizing them. Like, you think that's totally valid and reasonable after you've had time to like think about it and remember what the stream was about and its content. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, absolutely. Because like, if anybody says something like that publicly, like you're gonna get questioned. It doesn't matter who it is. So
Totally.
yeah, it's absolutely valid, 100%.
Okay. Awesome. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. So that was that comment. And okay, this is a little bit more of a silly one, but you said and then someone in the live chat kind of like questioned this comment right after as well, but you told Hunter that honestly, you should do a podcast about this. I would love to listen.
Yeah, so this one I can see, this one was definitely taken out of context. This
Okay.
was referring to his religious beliefs specifically.
Well,
That's what that was about.
his religious beliefs in relation to like, oh, just you're talking about a podcast about his religious beliefs in general, like talking about like going through his beliefs.
Yeah,
Got it. So
yeah, just religious beliefs in general.
not a podcast specifically about the LGBTQ community.
No, no, not that.
Okay.
No, and again, like again, I can see how this would be very bad, and I do get it.
Yeah, but you seem to be interested in just like Hunter doing a podcast talking about like his beliefs about Christianity, his experience in the church, things of that nature, like not related to gaming, but more of like a more spiritual, religious type of a podcast from Hunter.
Yeah, because I always like to, learn more and just learn more about life in general, right? So that's what that was referring to.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense to me. And then again, it had the comment after. Sticky the Stickman. Okay, a podcast is stretching and not being mean. I just don't think that would be a great idea. I just thought that one was funny.
No, I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
You're getting a raid too.
Oh, am I? Oh, from Rod. What's up? What's up, guys? Welcome to the chat. Okay, really quick, let me just get Rod's link really quick. But, Rod, I appreciate the raid. Rod Marsim. Go subscribe to Rod Marsim. Cool guy as far as I've been able to experience, and I've appreciated my little interactions with him. Let me just whoa. Rod Marsim. Subscribe. Okay. Alright, I got that. So, and now the next comment that I'd like to ask you about is, you also said, not anyone could have pulled off what you did tonight. I know I couldn't. Much respect to you.
Yeah, so again, that's just going back to, the fact that he was willing to talk about something like that publicly because yeah, this comment I would say is 100% true. Like not many, not just anyone could have pulled that off, which is true. Um, Not anybody could talk about something like that because it's very controversial, of course.
Totally,
And
yeah.
then I said, I know I definitely couldn't. I sure as heck couldn't. And that's what I respected him for there.
Well, in retrospect, do you think that he should have talked about this in the way that he talked about it?
Looking back on it now, definitely not, because like I said earlier, there's a time and place for everything. Um, I forget exactly what even started that conversation, to be honest. I'd have to go back and watch the stream.
I could tell you what started the conversation. Of course, you could look back yourself and
Okay.
and clarify yourself. But I remember I think Matty Omega went under a different name at the time, but Matty Omega, I guess Hunter was already sharing a little bit about some of his religious beliefs, and then Matty Omega, basically asked him why LGBTQ people get harassed in a lot of Christian circles. Like why a lot of Christians are kind of have prejudice towards the LGBTQ community. And I noticed Hunter got kind of quiet about that. He was hesitating, do I talk about this? Do I not? And then it kind of opened the floodgates for him to say, yeah, I don't agree with the lifestyle. And then he went more and more saying they're broken, they need help. And that's more or less what sparks the conversation.
Okay, yeah, I'm kind of drawing a blank on that. I have to go back and check how that started exactly.
Totally, yeah. And I have the link to the stream if you ever do want to go back and give that a listen. I think that in my live stream where I reacted to it, I also have that part of his stream in that live stream as well. But yeah, that's my general understanding of how the conversation about the LGBT started. It was a question in his live chat. He was debating if he really wanted to address it or not, and then he just kind of just said it all.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, you just don't think that it was good of him to say in the way that he said it within that context overall.
Yeah, well, I think things definitely could have been worded differently. And again, I think this is, like I said, there's a time and place for everything. Yeah, it's just, and again, the fact that everyone was just so supportive of him in his chat, just part of my brain was telling me that, it was all okay.
Yeah.
But again, looking back on it now, obviously I know it's not.
Which I think is important. It's good that you are acknowledging it now, and you can see that. I think that's a really good thing.
I do.
That's good. Okay. I think okay. Oh, this is another big one. So you said yes, if you're getting hate, it means you're doing something right. Absolutely. Thoughts on that comment?
That's that was more of a general statement.
Mm-hmm.
Because in a sense, I do believe it's I always say, it doesn't matter what you do in life, you're always gonna get hated on, and that's just facts.
Mm-hmm.
In a sense, if you are getting hate, it depends on what it's about exactly.
Okay.
Something like this, it's tricky because I know, I respect them for talking about it, but I definitely think that things could have been worded differently. But that was just more of a general statement.
I know I've heard you say a lot in your responses that you think things could have been worded differently in his stream. Say, you were Ballomatic, you were Hunter in that stream, and you know, that conversation about Christianity came up. Like, not saying that you and Hunter's beliefs are the same, but just put yourself in Hunter's shoes for like a second, and someone asks you about why the LGBTQ like doesn't have the best experience in the church. Like, if you were Hunter with Hunter's beliefs, like, what do you think would have been a better way for him to have addressed that situation? Do you think he still should have shared what he said? Was it mainly the wording that was an issue? Was it the content that was an issue? Like, what do you think he could have done better or worded differently?
Well, in the moment, obviously, the main line that caused the most controversy, I think, was when he said that gay people are broken and they need help. I think that's probably the big one that got people. Which I don't think for 1 second. I just want to make that very clear. And I do think in regards to both the Ballomatic and Purple Phoenix, I think maybe an apology / clarification is something that we could all use.
Yeah.
I really do. And what I will say is I do plan on reaching out to both of them because I do consider them both very good friends, because I want this to just end. Like, I don't think anyone wants this to end more than I do, trust me, because ever since that video came out by Brian Cooley, this has been on my mind every single day.
Yeah.
And it's been killing me at times. It really has. So I just really want this to end, and I'm hoping that this stream is the first real step into working towards that.
I hope so too, man. And I also appreciate the fact that you mentioned that you do plan on reaching out to Hunter and Savannah about the situation, and, you know, expressing that you think it's good that they respond to this, they address this, because, you know, I think that, you know, in their own way, they'd want this to end too, but I don't think that what they're doing is the best way to address it. And I think it would be really good for you to make that first step of, you know, trying to bring them into the conversation as well. And that kind of makes me think, like, if you do reach out to them, do you see yourself doing that soon? Like, could you see that yourself doing that today? Would you do that within like the week? Could you see yourself sending them like just a DM like, hey, you know, you should talk about this. I was on Novice's stream and, you know, we were able to reach some sort of middle ground and have like an open dialogue about this, and I think that this would be helpful for the situation. Like, do you see yourself doing that soon, or like what are the thoughts going on involving that?
Yeah, I mean, I actually did message them today, but it was just kind of like a really, really general thing, just saying that I'm going to do a stream with you. I'm hoping all this comes to an end. And like I said earlier, I really don't think they meant any harm in what they're doing. I really don't. Yeah, so I did reach out to them today, but it was just more of like a general thing.
Yeah.
So... But I will be talking more for sure with them.
That's really good to hear. That's really good. So you basically said to them that you're going to be doing a stream with me as like a first step in hoping that this ends, but you didn't necessarily encourage them to like talk about it themselves. You're more saying like you were doing this yourself and coming on the stream.
Yeah, I didn't say that specifically to them, but I do think, because like maybe I'm wrong about this, but honestly, I think if they continue to not say anything publicly about it, I don't think this is ever going to end, honestly. I really don't. And that's part of the reason why I decided to do this today, because I want this to end. I don't know about everyone else, but yeah, like I said earlier, this has been it's been killing me since the start of the year or so.
Totally. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I mean, if I was in the middle of an internet controversy, that would be on my mind most days too. Yeah, so I'm right there with you.
I will be
in that.
Yeah, I will be talking more with them for sure.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think, you know, I'm not sure if everyone's going to accept like all of your responses to everything on the stream with open arms, but I think a lot of people at the very least will appreciate the fact that you were willing to do this, and they see this as a step towards you wanting to fix this. And I think there's going to be a lot more people who do appreciate you just on that basis alone. So I think this is really good that you're doing this.
Yeah, and I'm not going into this expecting everyone to, praise me and love me and all that. Obviously, like I said earlier, it doesn't matter what you do in life, you're always going to get hate for something. It doesn't matter. But yeah, like, again, the reason why I'm here today is because I care about everyone. Like, I've never judged anyone for any reason. I've never, like, I don't hold grudges against people. That's just not in my nature. So, not to go off topic too much here, but it's in terms of the whole positivity thing.
Okay. Yeah.
I know that I think this was during your last discussion stream you did, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I know some people were saying like they see it as fake, and they brought up the Discord messages, which I stopped doing a very long time ago, by the way. Because I just felt kind of bad because people were saying that they were seeing it as fake, and I totally get it because I'll be honest, it was just literally me typing a message, copying and pasting it into servers. That's what it was. I'll just be honest. But my mentality with that is it's better to do that than not do it at all, right?
Yeah.
And I just want to put a smile on people's faces because there's just so much negativity in the world, and that's what my whole mentality was. But again, I just kind of got discouraged because a lot of people are seeing it as fake, and it's just like, well, why do I even bother doing this anymore? But I have no reason to fake kindness. Like, that's probably the number one thing that I pride myself on the most is my kindness.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have no reason to fake that ever.
Yeah, and I think, wanting to do good in the world, wanting to be kind and spread positivity, like, that is a really good thing, and I don't think you should ever stop that, Grande. I think that that's something that you should always, like, aspire to do, and with everything, like, your content and everything like that. I think the main thing is that, just sometimes in the way that things are worded, the way that things are said, like, there's certain perceptions that come about it, like context matters, all these things matter. So sometimes you can have good intentions with saying something, but it's not necessarily received that way, which I'm sure like this situation has shown you quite a bit. So I'm just trying to like affirm you in saying that it's good that you're doing that. It's good to do that. People aren't always going to understand, and I think it's important for you to always try to understand like how you're received and how you're coming across. But the desire to be kind and the desire to be good, I want to encourage you to not stop that, to never stop that, because that in of itself is a really good thing.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Man, I had another question, but maybe I'll save that for later. I think we did go over all of the comments. There might be one more, but yeah, no, that was pretty much all the messages, the main ones. I think it was mainly you went over like the big ones. Oh yeah, we kind of drifted off into another tangent, and
I apologize.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I think a lot of what you said was really relevant and good that it was said in the stream. But this message in particular, you said that you applied it as like a general principle. If you're getting hate, it means you're doing something right. Absolutely. You did mention in your response earlier that you do think it's circumstantial, but generally speaking, do you think that it's if people are receiving pushback or some sort of hate for something that they're doing or some sort of like statement that they're making, like it's usually in the name of good? Or do you think it's like do you think hate or pushback is valid and maybe, they should consider it more? Like, what are your thoughts about that now? Like going just more specifically on that idea.
Yeah, well, it's just I've always been under the impression, sometimes, not, it depends on the context, of course, but if people are getting hate, it just means that like sometimes people are trying to hide their own insecurities or something. I'm not saying that's always the case, but when I see that somebody is sending hate to somebody, I want to know, like, I always want to get the details of every side,
Yeah.
which is, again, that's part of the reason why I'm here doing this today. And that's why I said that my messages are open, you know, just make sure you send me a friend request and we can talk about it. Because I always want to make sure I have the details of every single side before I come to a conclusion. So, yeah,
Of course.
it really depends on the context here in regards to this message.
Yeah, and I know when it comes to relationships, there's obviously a ton of different situations. There's a lot of nuances to certain things. I can see like a hypothetical because I think I see what you're saying. I could see a hypothetical where, you know, say someone is like, I don't know. You think you know you have a friend that likes drinking, like they drink often, and you know you notice that they start drinking a lot, and you start noticing like a change in their mood or like the way that they act, and like you might be tempted as a friend in that situation to say, oh, you know, hey, I don't think you should be drinking as much as you are. I think that it might not be the best for you. And in that situation, you know, maybe like they might know it's right. Maybe they know they have like an alcohol problem or something. But a lot of times they get defensive and they say like, oh no, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just a hater. Da 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 da. Like, would that be like a fair example of like the idea that you're trying to express? Like they're insecure about their own problems, so then they kind of like lash out and lash back at you.
Yeah, honestly, well, funny enough, I've actually been in a situation like that before where I've told people I'm close to, hey, you need to cut back on the alcohol. So yeah, I've actually been in a situation like that before, so I would say that's pretty accurate.
So applying like that situation to this one, it seems like Hunter here is, I guess, the concerned friend, and the person he's concerned for is someone who is gay. And you're seeing Hunter as like, hey, that's maybe not a good idea. That's not like the best for you. Like, you shouldn't be gay. Like, and then of course, like, hey, no, like obviously someone who's gay and they hear someone say that to them, they'd say, oh no, this is my identity. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this hurts me, kind of a thing. Do you see that as like another like valid example of that kind of a situation? Do you see it more nuanced? Like, how do you view that? Hunter being concerned friend for a gay person, and gay person being offended, lashing out, and being, hey, don't say that to me. This is my identity. Like, how do you feel about like that kind of an exchange?
Yeah, well, I mean, in this context, you know, this is part of the reason why I want to reach out to not only Ballomatic about this, but just anybody who's been affected by it, because in this situation, it's definitely not right. I think anyone should feel comfortable being gay or lesbian or bi or etc. And it's sad that we live in a world nowadays where people get judged for something like that. Now, I know something that did cause confusion was in my video when I said that I do support the LGBTQ community, but then I said I also support people that are against it. I know that raised a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
So first of all, like, I do support everyone in the LGBTQ community. I've never shamed them for it. I've never hated them for it. So when I said that I support people who are against it, what I meant by that is I support the fact that they're willing to talk about it. Kind of like what I said earlier about, Ballomatic's comments in general. Just I support the fact that they're willing to admit that they're against it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do think, yeah, like if you're gay, I think you should feel comfortable with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. Not for a second.
I guess a follow-up question is, like, why do you think it's good that, Hunter admits his opinions on the situation or talks about this? And of course, this isn't a question of, like, me having, like, some sort of a judgment towards your answer. This is just exploring your thought process.
Well, I think it's good to always be honest, especially when it comes to something like this. Because there might be a deeper issue that people don't know about. But again, I really don't think he meant any harm in what he did or what he said. Honestly, I don't.
So, you're saying, like, from the aspect of, Hunter's comments, like, that's what he actually believes, and it's good that he's being honest and in a way, like, authentic about what he believes, because otherwise he's going to be living kind of like a fake version of himself. Like, am I hearing that correct?
Yeah, and that's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong for thinking that way, but I do think it's good to be open about something like that.
No,
Maybe I'm not right for saying that.
I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from. And, like, within this case, going back to the example of, like, the concerned friend, I can see in Hunter's mindset because, you watch my streams and my videos, like, that I grew up in a similar, and I talked to you about this, I grew up in a similar environment to Hunter of a church that believed that homosexuality is wrong, it's a sin, that, if you are gay or you, like, practice that, like, you're probably gonna go to hell, which I think is horrible, but that's unfortunately, a lot of churches do preach that.
Right.
You can see that, Hunter growing up in that environment, that's the mindset that he has because of the environment that he's in. So, of course, like, if he sees someone who's gay, who, he could maybe see in his mind, I care about this person, so I'm going to let them know that what they're doing isn't good. Like, they might be sent to hell. I don't want this person to go to hell. Like, I'd like this person to be in heaven, and I'd like them to be, have a good relationship with God and things like that. You could see Hunter in a way almost like having concern and care for that person under that false belief.
Right. No, for sure.
Yeah, because I see where you're coming from there because, like I said, I come from a very unique perspective, and, a lot of my chat knows this as well, that, I've talked about this in my streams and in my video, that I used to be very much like Ballomatic. I said, I'm very open about this too, that I said when I was in high school, I knew people that were gay, and I would straight up say to them that, hey, I don't think it's good that you're doing this. Like, I don't think it's, it's good that you are gay. I think it is a sin according to the Bible. And, but I'm still going to try to love you and care for you, but I think that that's wrong. And in my frame of mind at that time of me being more ignorant, I saw that as me being a good friend. I did see that as me caring for that person. So I do see where you're coming from with that.
Yeah, and I do understand where you're coming from with your example there too.
Yeah. So I think that was a really good point for us to bring up. And I don't expect a lot of people in the chat to, like, understand this perspective, because I think there's obviously a lot of people who didn't grow up in the church, or either grew up in, like, a very different church community. Like, everyone's experience is different, and everyone has varying degrees and levels of empathy for what they're willing to excuse and not excuse when it comes to people. But I just happen to have, like, this more nuanced perspective just based off of my background being somewhat similar to Hunter's. So
right, and I totally get that.
I'm glad we were able to bring up that point, because I see that being something that is complicated for a lot of people to see.
Yeah, it is complicated for sure.
Yeah. So we broke really good ground there. So
I agree.
Obviously there's this video, and then there was my original video that came out. Then a lot of people started talking about you know, Ballomatic, and people started talking about your name in relation to Ballomatic because you were in his live chat and you happen to be a very, you know, a bigger name in the community, like an influential content creator. When you started seeing all these videos come out, I know you already kind of touched on it, like you were kind of confused, you thought they were rumors or harassment. Like, tell me about that period of time where you started seeing all this information come up. You saw Brian Cooley's video, then you saw other videos, and you probably watched some of the videos. Like, what were you thinking when you saw all of that? What was going on inside of you? Like, how were you feeling? Like, were you like, oh, I need to address this? Like, I just want to know, like, what was going on in that time, like, mentally for you?
Yeah, and I think this is something very important that needs to be out there in public. So again, the video by Brian Cooley came out in January, and at first I thought it was just like a silly rumor, right? I'm like, well, why is this coming out now, 7 months later? And I wasn't really too concerned about it at the time. I know it might sound bad. But then eventually more people started making videos and streams about it. And it got to the point where people were harassing me live. And again, one of the biggest questions I have, I know I talked to you about this already, Novice, but one of the biggest questions I have is why nobody ever came to me, and still to this day, to this moment, nobody has ever came to me privately about it. So like every time, like people would bring it up to me, but it was always public. It was in my live streams, it was in their videos, and to me, it just made it look like they were only attacking me, and they were trying to get that reaction out of me. And then they kind of got that when I made my video, which was awful. Yes, I'll admit it, it was terrible.
Yeah, okay.
Because I didn't really explain the situation at all. I know it was very vague, I'm well aware, but I made that video, and then more videos came out about it, and it was strange to me because again, still not one single person came to me about it. Now, in regards to my community post that I made, that very long one, I do kind of regret saying it. I do. But the reason why, like, if you guys know me, if you've known me for a while, you've been watching my content for a while, this is not the first time I've said, you know, first time I've gone through a mental health break. I've taken breaks, but this was the first time I ever said I was straight up quitting, because in that moment, I really did feel like I wanted to be done with YouTube completely. But the main reason why I felt that way was not even because of the drama, it was actually because I got doxxed. So I just didn't feel safe at all. So yeah, that's the main reason why I did that. And in the back of my mind, even when I made that post, I knew I'd end up coming back at some point. I knew that. I know it's kind of stupid looking back on it now. I said I was quitting, then I came back with no context. But I knew when I came back, I knew that this wouldn't go away. I knew it's never gonna go away, so...
Yeah.
I guess, when I came back and I saw that even more people were making more videos and streams about it, that was when I finally decided to, you know, really do something about it, and that was when I reached out to you. So that's kind of how that all happened.
Okay, that makes a whole lot of sense. And you did say something, and this was also a criticism that I had in my stream, because this was something that came up in my first stream talking about this right after my Ballomatic video. Was I'm right there with you. I think that there could have been a lot more done in terms of reaching out to Hunter and Savannah, personally, one-on-one, and then also you in extension. I could see you as a person in this situation where, like, you totally forgot about this live stream. You're like, out of sight, out of mind. 6-7 months later, however long it was, you're doing your own thing. You're having your streams. You're interacting with your chat. You're trying to, like, maintain a good community or whatever is going on in your life. And then all of a sudden, boom, Brian Cooley video, Ballomatic, then boom, Purple Phoenix, the Grande gamer, complicit in homophobia. And then, like, even more, oh, Grande gamer, why are you covering this up, Grande gamer? I could see in that time, you're just like, what even is this about? Like, you're just confused. Like, you probably, like, forgot about the stream at that point, like, and everything that had happened. It's like, is that correct?
No, I haven't forgotten about it ever since,
oh, I mean...
again, ever since that...
Like, before Brian Cooley. Like, when Brian Cooley came out with the video, I know you said you thought it was, like, rumors, but up until that point, like, I mean, the stream wasn't hard in your memory. Like, you weren't dwelling on that stream.
Right, like, between the time that the stream happened and the video by Brian Cooley came out, I wasn't thinking about it at all because no one ever said anything to me about it, so I had no idea.
Yeah. And so, but I agree with you in terms of, it shouldn't have been addressed in the way that it was towards you. I agree that, number one, there should have been more conversations with Hunter and Savannah behind the scenes. Again, I wasn't part of that conversation. So, like, I barely, like, I knew about you and Ballomatic, but very loosely. Like, I wasn't talking with you guys. I wasn't very close friends with you guys. I saw, my position on that was I saw the Brian Cooley video. I went back and I watched the live stream, and I saw this whole situation, and I saw that it was already public, and I saw that people were hurting, that people were upset about this, so I did want to speak up about it myself. I think, you know, if I was in a position where I knew you and Hunter very much, like, closely, I could have seen myself reaching out and say, hey, I don't think people will like this, or do you really think that way? Like, can we have a conversation about it? I could have seen myself doing that personally. I know there were other creators that were close, were closer with both you and Ballomatic that unfortunately did not do that, and instead there was the Brian Cooley video that came out. And, you know, I'm not going to speak for them. I'm not going to name any names or anything like that, but it is of my opinion that there should have been more done to talk about things behind the scenes before it all went public and it got messy. So that is where I stand on that situation, because I know that's a question that you have for me, and that's a question you have just in general for this whole situation.
Yeah, and everything you said is perfectly valid. It's just, I feel like we need to do a better job as a society in general at just communicating.
Yeah.
I really do feel that way.
Well, okay, here's something that I think is valid to bring up, Ryan. Because I mentioned to you that I've talked to these people myself, and they were afraid to talk about it, and they didn't know how to address it. You know, there were people that looked up to Ballomatic, and then when he said those things, it's like, I like this streamer, but also that's really hurtful, and now I feel like shit because he just invalidated my identity. But again, you know, they just had like these mixed emotions. So, like, they didn't know how to speak up or how to address it, and in that video, you know, that was one way that they chose to. Whether it was the best way or the not so good way, they finally came forward and they found a place where they felt comfortable, like, expressing it. So I also do see it from that perspective as well. There was one more thing I wanted to say. I'm trying to remember what it was, but it was very valid. Yes. Okay. My question for you. You see that in that situation, they were afraid to talk to Ballomatic one-on-one because, you know, confrontation's hard, right? But do you see that very similarly to now where, like, you seem like you do want to talk to Hunter and Savannah about it. It seems like you've already made steps to, but you're feeling like a little bit of fear in doing that yourself. Like, do you see that as kind of like similar? Or like, what are your thoughts about that idea?
Yeah, well, that's exactly it, because I know I brought up earlier briefly about what happened with me in the past, like why I've got basically like PTSD when it comes to stuff like that, because I do not like confrontation. I'm the last person that wants to do that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if, like, is it okay for me to bring that up? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, this is a time that we could bring that up because we're talking about that it's within the context. Yeah, we could talk about that. That's fine.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not gonna. I'll avoid saying names to start, but I guess if curiosity rises, then I guess I'll say names and whatever. But so there's a content creator in the community. A lot of people, probably everybody knows who they are. I used to be really good friends with them, right? And he would say some things on stream that were very controversial, like what Ballomatic did. So what I did, I wasn't the only one seeing this either. A lot of people were seeing it. So I was trying to be a very good friend, and I reached out to him about it. So he would be saying some things that were being perceived as sexist.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say he was being sexist. I said they were being perceived as sexist. So I went to him about it, and I talked to him. I wasn't, like, attacking him or anything, because I was good friends with him. So I was like, hey, a lot of people they're seeing a lot of things that you're saying, they're coming across as sexist. But I never called him sexist. That's the big thing there.
Mm-hmm.
But he took it as an attack. And this is a little bit triggering for me, so I do apologize. It does kind of upset me to just think about this and talk about it, but I do think this is a good time to talk about it, because I think it helps people understand a little bit more where I'm coming from, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, like, I was good friends with them for a few years. Again, like, I was just trying to help him. Again, I went to him, I said that a lot of things he was saying were being perceived as sexist. Never called him sexist, but he took it as an attack. And then he proceeded to slander my name in his streams. And it hurts. It honestly hurts. So that's part of the reason why I have, like, this PTSD now when it comes to stuff like that. So I just hope that gives a bit more context as to, you know, that whole situation.
Yeah, so essentially what you're saying is you had an experience where a friend of yours was saying some things in the community and it wasn't going very well. It was being perceived as sexist. You, in your mind, trying to be a good friend and trying to speak up about this, reached out to them. It was perceived very poorly, and they not only stopped wanting to be your friends, but they also slandered your name in streams. And I'm sure, like you said, that's a very triggering topic, and that's a very, that hurt. And that, I'm sure that would hurt anyone, because, like, in your mind, like, you were trying to be a good friend there and you were trying to reach out. So, and you're basically saying that because of that situation, that kind of made you even more afraid to talk to Hunter about this, because you had that experience. It was very hard for you, and you were afraid of that happening again with Hunter.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And maybe I'm crazy for saying that. It's like, oh, well, just because it happened with one person doesn't mean it's going to happen with somebody else. But I do think anyone else in my position would feel that the same way. I really do.
Yeah. Do you think it's valid because you're experiencing this fear right here? Do you think other people's fears are valid in when they were hurt by Ballomatic or Hunter, and they didn't go to him personally and address it personally, and instead there was an anonymous video that was made about it publicly? I mean, I'm not saying that was the best way of going about it, but do you like empathize with it in a way that they found it very difficult to reach out to Hunter themselves, and they expressed it in a different way because they were afraid of that specific confrontation? Like, do you see that too?
I do, and I know we talked a little bit about that yesterday. Yeah, it's similar because like you said, I don't know if making public videos was the best way to go about doing it, but I don't hold anything against anyone that has made a video or a stream about this because they're doing what they felt was right in their heart. And I can't hold anything against anyone for doing that. I mean, look at me with my video, right?
Yeah.
I did the same thing. So, yeah, I don't fault anyone for that for 1 second.
Totally. So, essentially, like, we're saying that certain things weren't necessarily handled the best. You kind of understand why that people did what they did in a way, and now you're put in kind of a position where it's a little strange for you, like, to be able to do this again. Like, I think you see, from what I understanding, like, the importance of talking with Hunter about this, but it's just very difficult for you given your previous experience with something like this.
Yeah, and because, like, obviously I've talked to Hunter about the situation a few times. To my knowledge, I don't think anyone has gone to him yet privately about it. I could be wrong about that. But also because of that, I just felt just a tremendous amount of pressure on me because it felt like I had to be the one that does this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, nobody else is doing it, so I guess it has to be me. But again, that goes back to my PTSD with the other situation, and I was just under an insane amount of pressure, and it's something that people don't know about, they don't see, because I've never talked about it until just now. So
and I also do want to put this out there. This is a criticism that I do have of Hunter. I mean, obviously, you know, I don't have the relationship with him that you do, but I have been interested in connecting with him and, you know, being friends. I'm someone that likes to make friends and connect with people, especially in like a similar niche like the Nintendo content creation and stuff like that. But a criticism that I do have of Hunter is I feel like I've made it very clear publicly that I would be interested in having conversations with Hunter about this topic, either privately or publicly, and I think a lot of other people would be interested in talking with him and Savannah about this as well. But time and time again, Hunter wants to shut down everything involving the topic. He doesn't want to talk about it publicly or privately with people. This has been my experience, this has been other people's experience, and people find it just impossible to be able to connect with the guy when he's not willing to talk about this or address something that's hurt people. And, you know, that's a really big difficulty for a lot of people, and it comes across as very, like, he's trying, like, I'm saying how it comes across. I don't know, like, I can't speak for his intentions or what he's trying to do with this, but it does come across as quite manipulative. It does come across like he's trying to control the narrative, comes across that he's trying to silence people, and comes across that he's just trying to avoid accountability and avoid confrontation, difficult conversations, and it doesn't sit well with a lot of people. And I think, you know, you are being a friend and reaching out to him and saying that this is only hurting him by him avoiding talking about this. But that is a criticism that I have of him. It's time and time again, he's he's deflected, he's avoided it, and even, you know, I mean, when I did try to reach out to him, I invited him when I didn't make my first discussion stream. I specifically invited him to come on the stream so he could talk about it with me publicly on the stream. You know, I was interested in even talking privately. I tried to become friends with him. I tried to talk to people to, like, try to send him ask him to send me a friend request. Oh, Novice wants to talk to him. I even showed up in Purple Phoenix's live stream yesterday, for crying out loud. And I put in her live chat, I said that, you know, the Grande Gamer and I are streaming tomorrow. I think it's going to be a really good stream. Ballomatic was in her chat. Both of them ignored that message. And then I said, are you guys accepting Discord friend requests right now? I'd like to talk with you. They said, no, we're not accepting Discord friend requests for security reasons, quote unquote. And then I said, all right, well, just let me know. I'd be more than happy to talk with you guys if you guys ever want to talk. Purple Phoenix ignored the comment, but then Ballomatic in the chat just said, okay, Novice. So I'll just sorry, my friend just peeked in. He came into my room, but so that's just very much a public criticism that's out there of Ballomatic. He's very much avoiding the situation, and out of someone that, you know, cares about everyone that's heard about this, and also does want to make some sort of a bridge and connection with Ballomatic too. I don't like it. It's not good for him. It's not good for all the people who are hurt, who looked up to him, and I don't think this is a good situation for anyone.
No, I mean, ultimately, what good is this doing for anyone? That's kind of my mentality right now, which is why I want this to just kind of hopefully come to an end. Yeah,
exactly. And I think, you know, through this, I think people are seeing, like, where you stand on the topic, and I think in terms of like the hot water towards you, I think people will always have certain criticisms of the initial comments that you made, but I think that a lot of the flack coming your way and things of that nature will diminish quite a bit because people are able to see where you're coming from, and you're willing to talk about it and be open about it, which I'm sure many people in my chat and me, like, very much appreciate. So I think you're doing a good thing by coming on here and talking about this, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Because, like I said, just it took me a while for me to really put myself in, you know, like, in everyone else's position and just really see what they're seeing. And I can understand why people have their criticisms and their opinions about me. And I just wanted to kind of clear everything up. And I feel like we're making a step in the right direction, I hope.
I hope so too. I feel the exact same way. I really do. I think this stream is a really good step in the right direction.
Yeah, and the big thing too is, like, if I didn't care or if I hated people or whatever, then I wouldn't be here doing this right now. So that should be the big takeaway right there.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I was very surprised when I saw your DM, and it made me really happy to see that, and that you were taking the steps to reach out. I do want to ask you specifically about, I know you kind of touched on it a little bit, but you obviously, I think you pretty much already went over, we don't have to go over your long response video, because I think you pretty much already said the gist of it. You said that it was vague, it wasn't the most helpful, there was a lot of confusing things in it, and you kind of, I think this is now a reset of what maybe that video should have been, us talking here on the stream. So I don't think we have to go into too many more details about that video in particular. But I do want to ask you about, you said that the community post that you made about you leaving YouTube was very emotionally charged, and it was, you know, because of, like, harassment that you were receiving. There was criticism, but then there was just straight up harassment, which both of us agree was happening, was taking place. And then you took a month break between that community post. You took a month break, and then you came back to YouTube with a stream, and there wasn't much talk about you coming back after saying you were leaving indefinitely. the community post is still up on your channel. Some people can go back to that community post and still think, oh, Grande's quitting YouTube. Can you explain a little bit of the thought process? Like what went on during that month that you took a break from YouTube, and then why you decided to come back in the way that you did, and everything that went on within that month, and then your return?
Yeah, so I know it might be a little bit confusing. Like when you go to my channel, you're still gonna see that community post and the video. So it's like, well, why is it still up there? Why can we see it? Um, the reason for that, this might sound a bit confusing, but the community post and the video, I kind of see it as a mistake on my part in a way. So I'm keeping it there to kind of serve as a reminder, like to not do this again, kind of thing, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
So that's why I'm keeping it up, and I don't plan on getting rid of it.
Okay.
Now, as far as my break, so those of you guys who know me, who have watched my content, like I love YouTube with a passion. I have put a stupid amount of time into it, streams, videos. I love it.
Yeah.
So when I said I was quitting again, in the back of my mind, I knew I'd come back. So on my break, what I will say is, like I always say, it doesn't matter how much you love something, it's always good to take breaks. So that's kind of what I did. I took a break from social media completely. Like there was a stretch for about, I think probably 2 weeks where I wasn't on social media at all. And I just kind of just had a mental reset on everything. And, I started feeling pretty good about myself. And I was like, I kind of miss doing YouTube, so I went back to it. And I know I probably should have said something. I probably should have said like some kind of post or addressing it. So I do apologize about that. But when I came back, I knew that the talks about the situation wouldn't go away. I didn't think that for 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I was just kind of hoping it would die down a little bit. I know it probably sounds stupid, but that's what my thought process was when I came back. So, obviously as time went on, again, more videos and streams came out, and I was like, I finally decided to take action and do something about it. So now we're here today.
Definitely. I know a big common criticism I hear that came up a lot in my, well, I think it came up a little bit. It's definitely come up, is that you took that month break you said you were quitting, you took that month break of YouTube, you came back streaming without saying anything because you were hoping that people would just forget about this situation, you wouldn't have to address it, and people saw that as you wanting to avoid accountability. People saw that as you just wanting to dodge the topic because you didn't want to, talk about it. Like, what do you say to people who have that criticism that you were trying to dodge accountability by quiet coming back to YouTube and not addressing anything?
Yeah, well, I guess, again, in my mind, when I came back, just my mentality was like, this might sound bad, but it's just like I kind of felt like I didn't do anything wrong. That's how I felt when I came back. Obviously, now I realize the error of my ways, but again, I just kind of felt like it would fade away and I wouldn't have to address anything. But as time went on, I realized how severe it was. And again, like I mentioned earlier, I finally learned how to put myself in their position and really see what they were seeing. And I totally get that, and I don't fault them for anything for 1 second.
So during that month break that you had from YouTube, did you, because you say that you learned to put yourself in their position and you started seeing like why your comments were perceived bad, like why you didn't, why people didn't like your comments in Ballomatic stream. During that month break, was there any self-reflection or thought about that stream or those comments, did you have this realization? Like, when did you have this aha moment that, you know, hey, you know, I did do something kind of like messed up here. I supported something I probably shouldn't have, and I should own up to it. Did you have those thoughts during that month? Did you have it around when I released my video, when I made my stream? What was what was your journey in like coming to that realization?
Yeah, oh, that's a good question. So I started having thoughts about it while I was on my break. I would say maybe about a week before I came back. That's when I started having thoughts about it. But then it was actually during your discussion stream that you did about me. That was kind of when I realized, like, okay, you know what? This is I finally need to do something about this. I should probably speak up. So honestly, I need to thank you in that regard, because it kind of woke me up in a sense. So yeah, just thank you for doing that, honestly.
Yeah, of course. And I'm glad that my stream was able to come across in a way that you knew that you could reach out to me too. Because I said that at the beginning of my stream. I said I didn't want to be this. I didn't want it to be an attacking stream and just a hate stream of we're taking down the Grande gamer. The Grande gamer exposed. Oh man, he's, you know, let's prey upon his downfall. I didn't want that at all. I wanted it to be a conversation about the criticisms, why people are upset, and I just wanted it to be that. And I did express in that stream, I care about you, I care about Hunter, I care about everyone in this situation, and I'm glad that that's actually very reassuring, and that makes me really happy that you received it that way, because that means that what I put out there in that stream, it was received with the intention in which I tried to present it. So I'm glad that stream was able to lead to this conversation, and I'm happy that was able to lead towards you having like a better, more full understanding and even a realization about how you could improve yourself and, you know, your relationship to this situation and your viewers and, you know, YouTube and the community at large. So yeah, you said thank you. I'm saying you're welcome, and I'm saying thank you as well.
I do appreciate it. And another thing too, it's like just like I said earlier, whenever people would bring up the situation to me, it was always public. It was always in my streams. Whenever it was directed towards me, it was always in my streams, and it was always just really aggressive. And I don't get that vibe from you at all. It's just it's calm. That's what I like. I like when things are calm. And I could see that in you immediately, which is why I wanted to reach out to you and just be here today and talk about it.
For sure. Do you feel like, because you said that a lot of people were coming in your streams to talk about it publicly and not coming to you as much privately, do you feel like you had a lot of avenues open for people to be able to reach out to you privately if they wanted to? Because I know you said today that you opened up your Discord DMs, like people could send you a friend request and you guys could be able to talk about it privately, and you could specifically apologize to certain people who were hurt. But at any point, do you feel like you had those avenues open at all before?
Well, the truth is they are always open. I just don't bring it up a whole lot, because like anyone is more than welcome to message me at any point. Now I know in regards to, you know, people coming into my stream and asking me about the situation, I would tend to block them a lot, because to me it just looked like an attack. And I think that's a very logical reaction, because it's like, it just, again, there's very aggressive comments, and it's just like it seemed like they were just trying to get a reaction out of me. But of course, looking at it now, obviously I realize, you know, I validate what they're doing more. I guess it just makes more sense. So
okay, that makes sense. I see what you mean. Like you didn't have that avenue open to people that you felt were attacking you. You felt didn't have the best intentions, but you've always generally been open to the idea of people reaching out to you personally. Like if any of these content creators like sent you a DM personally, like you've been more than happy to have a conversation with them about it, to engage with them and have a back and forth, have a dialogue. There was never a point where you felt like people couldn't reach out to you and you couldn't have a conversation about it, like one-on-one. Like you felt like you were always just, you would have been chill with that idea. Like say me, you know, Nicholas Fernero's in my chat, or any of us like had like you on Discord as a friend and we reached out to you in a DM, like you would have been totally chill, like talking with us about this situation at any point.
Well, I mean, going back, I would definitely talk. I would definitely listen to what you had to say. If it was like a few months ago, my feelings might have been a bit different just because of how things have changed and the situation has evolved and everything. But yeah, it's like I'm always down to talk about anything, and if it's private, I'll talk about anything, literally.
Okay. All right, cool. That's really good to know. It's really good to know. I think we talked about most things that I wanted to talk to you about. I'm going to look at my notes really quick to see if there's anything that I missed. What do you agree? Okay, this is a really good one to ask. You say that you support the LGBTQ community. You've said that a lot during this stream. You've said that Hunter, you appreciate the fact that he was able to be honest about his beliefs in the stream, but you feel like some of his comments were harmful and you don't think he approached it in a good way, and you don't agree with necessarily his beliefs or what he had to say. But in supporting the LGBTQ community, what does that mean to you, supporting that community? And like, what does that mean in practice? In, you know, people who are LGBTQ in your chat, in your community, in your day-to-day life? Like, what does it mean to support people who identify that way?
Well, I think my answer for that is a simple one, just accepting people for who they are in terms of their sexuality. Because again, gay, lesbians, bi, I support it all. I have friends in the community who are, I know one who is non-binary, which means they refer to themselves as they, and I've known them for, I believe, 3 years, and I've always respected them in that sense. I've always referred to them as they. So it's I'm not going to look at you any differently. If you want to be referred to as he, she, or they, I'm going to respect that. And I don't think I've ever called someone by their incorrect pronoun. I would hope not. And if I do, please let me know, because I want to know, because I do take that very seriously.
Totally. That's no, that's great. That's awesome. I'm gonna go through like a few different scenarios just to ask like where your thought process is about this. So like say, my goodness, there's a lot of phlegm in my throat. Excuse me. Say that someone enters your chat or is in your chat, in your community, who's LGBTQ, and someone's in your chat or in your, I know you don't have a Discord server right now, but just in a public discussion forum in something that's yours, and say, you know, someone just starts saying to this person, hey, you shouldn't be gay, like stop that, like it's not good to be gay, stop it. And you see that happen in your live chat, how would you respond to a situation like that where someone is just like picking at that at an LGBTQ viewer of yours?
Well, first of all, it's not right, and if it happened in my live chat, I would probably start off with a timeout. That's probably how I'd start. And if they came back and they did it again, it would probably be a ban. Maybe it should be an immediate ban, but the reason why I say I would start with a timeout is because I always like to give second chances.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not appropriate at times, but it's a very, I feel like in terms of like the whole LGBTQ community, it can be very confusing for some people. It's like what's okay and what's not okay. It just causes a lot of confusion for some people, especially younger people, from what I've seen. But again, in terms of like me, like again, I support everyone in that community. I always have. I've never said that I haven't. But I do understand why some people would think I am against it based off the comments that I said in Hunter's stream.
Mm-hmm.
And I really, truly, sincerely do apologize for all that confusion. I really do apologize.
And I'm gonna be vague about this because I don't want to shift the conversation too much away from the LGBTQ topic, but at the same time, I do feel like this is relevant to this situation. There are criticisms of when you did have a Discord server. Well, first I want to ask, like, do you plan to have a Discord server again? Is it something that you plan to open up again?
At some point in the future, I'm sure I will.
Okay.
But not to go off topic too much here, but just being off social media, as much, it's doing wonders for my mental health. So I kind of want to keep that going.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, within the context of if you do open up a Discord server or I'm sorry, there was like some conversation in the background, but I think we're good now. But within the context that there was a criticism that was raised up in last stream about a situation where people were being harassed within your Discord server, and you didn't do anything about it until people really were really pushing you, like really trying really hard to get you to do something about it. If you do have a Discord server, I guess this could loosely apply to your live chat. Do you see that being an issue? Do you see that being a pattern where someone's being harassed in your community and people have to practically like beg you before you actually take action? Or do you see yourself taking action relatively quickly to someone being harassed in your community? Because it seems like there was an accusation that this has been a thing that's happened in the past where you didn't take action where you should have.
Yeah, no, and I totally get that, and it's very valid for people to think that. Like I said earlier, I don't like confrontation, but I don't know. I know you said you're being vague, so I don't know exactly when this situation happened necessarily, but I do feel like I've gotten better when it comes to stuff like that because, yeah, I just don't like confrontation, but at the same time, it's important to, if somebody's being bullied or harassed, especially in my community, I do need to, do a better job at handling situations like that.
So you could see yourself like going on a road towards being better about taking action in those situations. You see that as something that you're trying to be more that way, or you could see yourself being more active in addressing harassment and addressing people who are being like hurt in your community more in the future.
Yeah, trying to, and again, I feel like I've gotten better at it. Just not like in the whole confrontation thing, and that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Okay. All right. Well, I think it's good that it's something that you have interest in trying to be better at, and I think it gave a little bit of context of what you would do if you saw someone that was being harassed in your chat with the kick in the ban. Would you say in your Discord server that would apply as well? Like if you saw someone, same thing, like someone is obviously LGBTQ and someone saying, hey, don't be gay, stop that pray the gay away, whatever they want to say. They could say something much worse. You see yourself, like, for the Discord server, you'd kick them, and, you know, if it's, like, persistent, it'd result in a ban.
Yeah, well, same thing as the live stream. I'd probably start with like a temp ban, maybe, and then I would talk to them one-on-one about it. And then if it continues, then it would be a permanent ban. Because again, I've always believed in second chances.
For sure. But you do see that if that did happen, there would be a conversation about it. You would reach out to that person if you saw someone like harassing an LGBTQ person within your Discord server and your live chat. You would address it. You wouldn't just act like it's not happening.
I would address, especially after this whole situation. It's I'm definitely a lot more sensitive to it now. So yeah, I would definitely address it for sure.
And I know that I haven't addressed the chat pretty much this entire stream, but I think Bacon Inferno did just write a really important message, which I think I said earlier, but I think it's good to reiterate that Bacon Inferno said, I think a really big thing to note is that it's not necessarily about your intentions, but the worst way it could be perceived, especially with the size of your platform. Which is another good thing for me to ask you about too, which we discussed a little bit yesterday. But that's a comment about the way that you conduct yourself with your channel, with your live chat, in the context of if you bring your Discord server back, that is, you have to think a lot about how things can be perceived and how things are received by people, whether you take action or by your inaction as well, because inaction is taking an action in of itself. So, but I did want to ask you, do you feel like you have the fact that you have 10,000 subscribers, and then say me, I'm someone with 3,000 subscribers, do you think that you should be held to a higher standard? Do you think the Grande gamer should be held to a higher standard than me, NintendoNovice, because of our sub count?
Yeah, so I know we did talk about this a little bit yesterday. See, the way that I've always felt, and I know I said this to you yesterday as well, it's like, what if I had 10 subscribers? This probably wouldn't be happening.
Yeah, exactly.
This almost certainly wouldn't be happening. So one thing I've struggled with my entire life, still to this day, is just self-confidence. Like, I look at that sub count every day and I question it. Every single day, I'm gonna question it for the rest of my life. I don't know why it's that high, but that's what I mean right there. That's my self-confidence. Like, I've always had issues with that. And I'm not doing it to try to look for attention or make people feel sorry for me. That's just, I genuinely don't know what I did to deserve that. And I guess I never really realized how much of an impact my words can have until this situation. So I'm like, maybe there is a meaning behind that 10K sub count. So, as far as like, should I be held to a higher standard than you, for example? To me, it's tricky because I've always said like sub count is just a number, but again, this situation's making me realize like maybe sub count, it means more than I realize, I think. So,
well, we could talk about it in terms of what is like sub count symbolic of. That means like, for me, 3,000 people subscribe to my channel, so that's 3,000 more eyes on my videos. They could choose to watch or not watch videos at their discretion, but 3,000 more potentially eyes on the things that I say and do on my channel. And then with you, with your sub count, like 10,000 people, that's 10,000 people, like, listening to the things that you're saying, processing it, like having some sort of effect on them, whether like a big impact or like a small impact. Like, from that perspective, do you think it's important that, not saying, of course, I try to be careful with my words and the things that the way I conduct myself on my channel too, but do you think it's more important that you're even that much more careful about what you do and how you conduct yourself with your YouTube channel because of how much influence you have of all those potential people that are looking at what you do and paying attention to you?
Yeah, no, for sure. And like I said, just this whole situation has kind of made me realize how much of an impact my words can have. Um, just I've never really seen myself as somebody who's like influential in any way. So this situation has been very eye-opening for me. It has.
That's good. That's really good. But you don't see, because you mentioned about your self-confidence. You mentioned it like you don't necessarily, you never really saw yourself as all that influential. Do you see that perception you have about yourself as an excuse for mistakes you might make on your platform or on your channel?
No, it's definitely not an excuse. Just I'm always looking to be a better person, and that's something that people need to know. I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect, right? We're all gonna make mistakes. So, just I really do want to just do a better job at being a leader, and I mean that.
That's awesome. That's really awesome to hear that coming from you. Because yeah, we talked about this in our conversation yesterday, and Nicholas just reiterated in the chat, is whether you personally believe it or not, Grande, about yourself, there are quite a bit of people that look up to you as a leader in the community, and in this situation, that was why this situation was so difficult for them. That is why you got a lot of heat for this situation, is because of a lot of people's perceptions of you. I even remember, like, I think it was like 4 years ago, it might have been. I remember, I didn't even know who you were, but I was in a call, and at the time I didn't know Nicholas Fernero all that much, but we would have like some conversations and some calls here and there. And I remember that I was in a call with Nicholas Fernero and another content creator, and we were looking at your channel and we were talking about your channel. And even at that time, 4 years ago, your channel was having an influence and an impact on me, Nicholas, and that other creator in the call, and we were talking about you. And it, like, your platform was influencing us as people. So, that's just another little evidence there that 4 years ago, we were talking about you then, and you could imagine like how many more people are talking about you now.
Yeah, first of all, that's pretty crazy that you said that, because 4 years ago I was extremely shy and very nervous on camera, so that's kind of, that's just like I said, it's very eye-opening.
And then of course, Nicholas Fernero and I, like, Nick was really small at that time, but we were both much smaller content creators than we are now. But yeah, you I don't even remember how many subs you had 4 years ago, but you were definitely bigger than us.
Oh geez, I couldn't even remember.
Yeah, off the top of your head.
I wish I did.
But yeah, like we knew about you. Like we were talking about you, and we knew about you at the time. I doubt Nicholas even remembers that call, because it was just like such a random, small little call that we had. But yeah, it was just something that I just thought about in the back of my head. And it wasn't necessarily like we were like having like a deep philosophical conversation about the ethics of Grande Game or anything like that. But it was just the idea that we were talking about you, and you having that that your channel, and that it existing, like we were talking about you, and that was an influence. Nick, it was like it was right around when we were first starting to talk, like when we first started getting to know each other, maybe about like a maybe like a couple months after we first met. I just happened to join a call between you and I think it was a bid, and we were all talking. But yeah, that's like a whole nother little tangent,
Yeah, again, that's just really fascinating that you bring that up. Like, wow, 4 years ago, I mean, I'm already socially awkward as it is, but my goodness, 4 years ago.
Okay, yeah, Nicholas said that he knew about you before he even started YouTube, so that's crazy.
Yep, I remember him saying that actually.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild. But I think you did address this, but I do want to like reiterate this more in a general sense. Because my understanding is you basically said that you agree with Hunter sharing his beliefs and being honest with his beliefs. You do agree with that, but you do not agree with his beliefs, and you do not agree with the way that he shared his beliefs. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And, okay, I guess that kind of answers my question, because the question was, like, do you agree with Hunter's comments? What do you agree with? What don't you agree with? But that pretty much sums it up right there. Pretty short and simple, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds good. So that's all the questions that I have for you personally. I do have a lot of people in my live chat that may have questions, and they might have tried asking them earlier, but that wasn't the time to ask them. But I do want to say, open it up to anyone in my chat who has questions for the Grande gamer right now. We'll go ahead and take them. I could read them off to him. He could probably see them himself. And we'll have this time for him to start addressing them. Oh yeah, you said you wanted to DM me,
Yep.
G? Let me see.
Do you mind if I step away just for a minute? I'm just gonna use the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, that's totally fine. And then it'll give a chance for people to start typing their questions too. So I think that's actually it. That works out perfectly.
Okay. Alright, I'll be right back.
So I'm actually going to leave very shortly myself because I forgot that I had some hard-boiled eggs in the kitchen. I forgot to eat, so I'm going to grab those and maybe use the restroom myself. But guys, start typing your questions. Am I going to open VC? Yes. I will open VC with you, Nick. If no one asks any questions, we could go ahead and do the VC like right now. But if people start asking questions in the live chat, we could address some of those, and then we could go ahead and pull you into a VC with Ryan as well. So, but I'll just leave it open for some questions as of right now. And I'll check out that DM that you're sending me, G. I'll be right back. And also, I don't want to do it like a group VC. I want to do it one-on-one because I don't want a bunch of people like dogpiling Grande with questions all at once. So, I will be right back. We will be right back.
Okay, I'm back, and I see that... Oh, Novice stepped away too? Okay. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Maddie, I do see your question. Ballomatic is not a mod for me. No. I know I made him a mod once, temporarily. Long time ago, because I needed help in the stream. But yeah, he's not a mod for me, though. Purple Phoenix is a mod for me, yes. Hey, no worries, Bradley. I appreciate that.
What's up, guys? I am back.
Welcome back.
Let me just put on my headphones. If Grande is speaking right now, I cannot hear him.
Oh, okay, you can't hear me.
All right, now I can hear him if he is speaking.
I was. Welcome back.
Oh, thanks, Fed. I am back. Are people asking questions? Let me see.
Yeah, I've been answering a few here and there.
Oh, perfect. You already started answering some. Where is it, Maddie? Oh, okay. Which ones have you answered already?
What was it? I know Maddie was asking about Ballomatic being a mod for me, which he was never a mod for me.
Okay. Well, I see the first question was from Bacon Inferno. About how relevant was the drama to you leaving YouTube. You see that one?
Oh, yes, I have it.
Okay, cool. Because I could also stream the chat to you, but yeah. It seems like you got the chat. So.
Oh, that's okay. Thanks, though.
Mm-hmm.
So your question, Bacon, the drama definitely was a huge factor when it comes to my break, but again, the main thing was the doxing. I just didn't feel comfortable being on the platform anymore. But yeah, the drama and the situation definitely didn't help.
But it was mainly the doxing.
Yeah, that was the main thing that just kind of made me say, like,
and
okay,
harassment, which was
I don't
kind
feel
of,
safe here.
Which is kind of like maybe an unintentional symptom of the drama that was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then, yeah, I'm okay with... I know Nick and the G are interested in asking you some questions. I know the G personally, so I am comfortable with him hopping on a VC, and then, of course, both of us know Nick very well, so we'll have him hop in a VC.
Yep.
But I'll answer some of the questions that are just... Have you answered some of the questions that are just in the chat as of right now?
I did get a couple of them.
So, and then you said you already answered Maddie's question about... Oh, you said that Ballomatic was never a mod for you, right?
No, I mean, he was a mod for me, like, in one stream, because I didn't have any mods, and it was really late, so I needed help in the chat. It was literally just that one stream, so...
But does he... So if he came into one of your streams now, he wouldn't have, like, the blue wrench? Like, he's not currently, like, listed as a mod?
No, he isn't.
Okay. That's a good answer. And then, the Social Club had a question as well. He's one of my mods. He said, the big question I will ask is why didn't Grande Gamer come to the stream last week? Is it reasonable to wonder how much of a Grande sentiment is feeling remorse or trying to save his reputation? I don't know if you understand what he's saying in that question.
I do see it right here. So why didn't I come to the stream last week? So I was actually busy that day. And funny enough, my power was out for 14 hours that day.
Oh, wow.
So I couldn't even watch it if I wanted to. So I actually didn't end up seeing the stream until the day after. Now as far as like the whole reputation thing, I do understand why some people would think that, but I just want this to be done and over with. I really, like I said earlier, my messages are open. If somebody wants to send me a friend request on Discord, we can talk. Because again, apologizing publicly is one thing, but doing it one-on-one I feel like is way more genuine. And I hope that shows that I'm willing to, you know, just apologize for what I've done wrong, and I want to make things right. I truly do.
Yeah. Perfect. I see, that's not a question. Oh, External had a question for you in the live chat, and I don't know, External, were you interested in hopping on a voice chat? If not, that's fine, but I just want to let you know if you want to talk to Grande yourself as well, because I know you're another content creator that has made a video on the topic. But he asks, what changes do you plan on making to prevent something like this happening again?
Yeah, I mean, that goes back to what I said earlier. Just, I do want to be better at just being a leader. Now, as far, like, if I see something like this happen again, I'm not gonna wait. Like, if I'm watching a stream and I hear somebody say something controversial, I'm gonna go to them immediately. If it's somebody I'm close to, of course. You know, if it's somebody I don't know and I can't reach out to them privately, then it's a little bit different. But yeah, if it's somebody that I'm close to and somebody who I consider a good friend, then I'm gonna do it right away. I'm not gonna wait, you know, almost a year. Crazy, it's been almost a year.
It really is crazy.
Yeah, time flies.
Seriously. Alright, I see that. And then, Bacon Inferno asked another question. He said, well, okay. I'll ask you this, and just let me know how you feel about this. I know Bradley Taylor is in my live chat right now, and I'm trying to be, like, respectful of him being here as much as I can be, but, let me know if you're uncomfortable with all this. But he asks, can we start fresh on YouTube and Discord, Grande?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've always believed in second chances, and sometimes somebody could be doing something wrong and they don't know about it. Then they might do it again and again, and they don't realize they're doing something wrong until they're told. But yeah, like again, I've always believed in second chances. Especially if it's one-on-one privately. Yeah, that my DMs are always open.
Okay. That answers the question, Bradley. And then again, Bacon Inferno asked another question. Wait, let me read this real quick. I know I'm defending values being friends. Okay, I think this is relevant. He said, I know that a lot of defending Ballo roots from being friends, but what has motivated you to stay friends even when it's obvious he's not welcoming to a large community, of which includes your girlfriend?
So the question here is, what has motivated you to stay friends? Because I might be wrong. I pray to God I'm not wrong about this, but I really do think that Hunter is a good person, and I really don't think he meant any harm in what he did. And like I said earlier, I'm going to be talking with him and Savannah quite a bit about this, so because I really do want this to come to an end.
You could respond. You could keep responding to questions, but I'm getting a phone call really quick, so I'm gonna mute my mic. But you could keep responding.
Okay, no worries. Let me see here. I'm trying to find my spot in the live chat here. Oh, I don't. Oh, he didn't mute his mic.
Okay, so someone just called me, and he said that Karen asked you, Grande, if you could step aside because it's something urgent.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, I guess someone in my live chat, like, this is like a trusted friend of mine, said that I guess Karen said something in the live chat and asked if you could step aside because it was something urgent.
Oh, okay, I see that now.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I will step away for a minute then.
Okay, and just let me know, if you need to be away or, like, end things or be away for an extended period of time, just send me a text. But yeah, take care of what it is, whatever you need to take care of.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, I was a little distracted, but Bacon Inferno, did he answer your question? I think he did. So, there's some other questions in there. I will try to keep track of your questions. I was debating if I wanted to do like the whole Q&A feature, because I know YouTube does have that feature, but also there were some things about that feature I didn't like. Sometimes it like disappears from people and then people can't ask their questions, but I'll try to keep track of your questions in the live chat. And again, if I miss it, feel free to re-ask the question afterwards. Of course, you know, Grande is stepping away right now, and I'll see if, depending on how urgent it is, he might be back soon, or we might have to... I don't think we'll have to cut stream early. But, yeah, I just hope whatever Grande is dealing with, he's able to take care of relatively shortly. I mean, in the meantime, what I can do is I could hop on a voice chat with you, Nick, and, you know, we could talk about, or maybe, like, some content creators, and talk about, like, just some thoughts. Yeah, I hope Karen's alright, too. I hope everything's okay. But, if anyone wants to hop on with me, like, people that I know, Nicholas, Noor, and just talk about some thoughts that are going on here, about how you're feeling about the stream, I'd be super down for that. You love that Magikarp shirt of mine? Thank you. I think this is the first time I've worn it on stream, but I love this shirt. I actually wore this in the club in Vegas. It was the girls were like, "What is that?" And I was like, "Oh, it's a Magikarp. It's a Pokemon." And they're like, "Oh." it was really funny. But yeah, no, I definitely hope that everything's going okay with Grande. It's a great shirt. Thank you so much. Okay, let me just open a call. I'll still have Grande in the call too, just in case he comes back. But yeah, I'll add Nicholas and Norhart to the call.
Hello.
Hello. What's up, Nick?
What is up?
All right.
Also, what's up, Noir? Hi, Nick.
Noor
Hey,
and Nick. Hi. Welcome to the stream. So, how are we feeling, guys?
Yeah, honestly, I will say, I do really appreciate how Grande has decided to come here today and, you know, address everything. I mean, obviously, I know mistakes were made. I know he's acknowledged that, you know, we've acknowledged that. But I do really appreciate how he has decided to join the live stream and address everything that's happened. And I'm glad to hear that he is willing to reach out to Ballomatic and Purple Phoenix about the situation, and hopefully we can get a good resolution out of that. And I know we talked about this before, Novice, but I wanted to join the VC because I actually had a few questions for Grande about the situation. I've been taking notes throughout the stream, just, you know, seeing what's been said, what you've been asking, and I just have a few questions so that way I can get an even better understanding of his stance and the actions that are going to be taken to help resolve this situation and hopefully have it come to a close.
Definitely.
Because I think like everybody wants that to happen at this point. So yeah, when Grande does come back, yeah, I'm just going to ask him. I have like 5 of them that I'm going to ask. So yeah, whenever he comes back, I'll just ask them.
For sure. Yeah, once he comes back. And then also, Maddie wanted to be added to the call too, so I'm just going to add her to the call at this time as well. I just want to let you guys know.
Okay.
But, yeah, did you have anything that you wanted to add, Noir?
I mean, everything that I was pretty much going to say was already said in chat, specifically by Bacon. Surprisingly,
oh yeah,
took the words right out of my mouth.
Bacon had some really good questions.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I've been talking with them in DMs this like for half of the stream.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start.
But yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and start the new call with Maddie right now.
Okay. Let's do it. Maddie is gonna join. Yo, what's up, Maddie?
Yo.
Hello.
Hi, Noir. Nice to meet you.
You too. It's a hello external in chat. I see you in there. What's good?
Here, let me pull up chat real quick.
It's external.
It's extreme. Yes.
It's.
Let me see here. Oh, okay. I'm looking at some DMs right now. Some people are sending me questions through DMs as well, but yeah. I know Nor, you pretty much said that Bacon Inferno pretty much addressed everything that you really wanted to say, and you didn't really have too many other thoughts outside of that. And then, of course, I know Maddie.
Yes.
Your perspective on this is extremely important because I know you were very much affected by this entire situation. So, how are you feeling about Grande's response in the conversation that we had?
I think Grande's response comes from a place that's very genuine. I feel like he genuinely acknowledged what's been going on and is now taking steps to ensure the safety of his viewers and his community. And he's also taking the right step to call out Ballo and Savannah for what they've been doing and how they've been hiding and covering everything up. I think what Grande is doing is great. It's a great step forward. And I wholeheartedly forgive Grande. And yeah, I think he's making the right step forward.
I'm glad.
If I may add, it genuinely does seem like Grande is speaking genuinely. Like I'll be honest, I was looking throughout the stream to see if there are any like delays or stutters, or to see like if he was trying to like make something up, or just common, I guess, verbal cues to see if there were any inconsistencies, because I would have been like jotting that down. Like I've been taking notes throughout the whole thing, but it does seem like he is legit. I mean, the fact that he is willing to even sit down with us and have a conversation, or even just with you, Novice.
Totally.
Like I do think that it is a great step in the right direction. And it also does show that there is, some genuine, like he's very genuine about wanting to help resolve the situation, and not only that, but do the right thing in the process of this, because like if he, again, we've been saying this argument for months now, if the reason Ballo and Phoenix aren't saying anything is because they have something to hide. They're afraid to hop in a chat here because they know that they have a lot of explaining to do. And they have had some very bad actions, like worse than what anything that happened with Grande. I mean, and the fact that Grande is here willing to chat with us shows that he's not trying to hide anything. And he very well covered all the topics. I have a few other questions. There's a couple of things I want to know, but
Totally.
He's willing to reach out to them based on what he said, and I appreciate that. I really do.
Definitely. And I got that sense, and I did push him a little bit here and there in some of the questions, and I don't think I was like too aggressive. I think I asked him very general question, and then I asked follow-up questions where I felt like there needed to be clarifications, but he answered all of them very well. He was very much willing to engage with everything that I had to say, and it was a good conversation overall. Like we met middle grounds at certain points where I was able to relate with him with other situations. And I think the way that he explained himself and the progression of how everything happened, I feel like it was in a way that was very understandable to a lot of people. And of course, he admitted faults at certain points where, there was obviously faults, but yeah, it all seemed like it went very well.
Up to it.
Yeah, I think overall it was a very good conversation. And
I think it was too, yeah.
I hope that he comes back to the stream. I don't necessarily know what's going on. And I hope him and Aaron are all right, but
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened with that, but it's not my business to
No, totally,
speculate
yeah.
that.
No, definitely not our business to
I was
speculate
worried
that, but
about-
I just I don't know if he's when he's gonna come back to the stream or if he's gonna come back to the stream, but
Yeah, I do hope everything is okay though, because
Yeah.
I mean it did seem kind of urgent.
Yeah.
definitely we could
Okay.
I think we've shared pretty much a lot of like our general thoughts about everything. I think a lot of it just, I know we still have some questions, so I hope we'll be able to ask them, but in the meantime, I do kind of want to do this when he gets back too, which is kind of a little annoying, but I did want to make the step of unlisting the video that I made about him, because
Yeah.
I think he addressed everything, and you know, the fact that the video is up there, it only serves to, you know, spread information that's outdated and to harm his reputation on YouTube. And I think it's a good step to unlist that, as well as the stream, even though the stream was more of a nuanced conversation. I think both of them can be damaging to his reputation. I think this should be the only existing stream that is up there about on the topic.
Yeah, and I was gonna say that I was talking about, like, I think it was like 2 days before this stream happened. I was saying that if this stream like went well and Grande, you know, said everything legitimately and he was genuine and he apologized and said he was like willing to take action and all that kind of stuff, I would be willing to alter my video, because like I'm not going to take my video down, because obviously, as everybody here knows, my video involved all 3 creators at once.
It did,
and
yeah.
just one video with a thumbnail, all 3 of them on there. I've actually already made the new thumbnail, because I do plan on doing I do plan on altering that video to where the thumbnail is just going to show Ballo and Phoenix. And then I'm going to go into, sometime later today, I'll go into like the video editor on YouTube and just cut out the Grande section and then leave like a little pinned comment being like, update. We spoke to Grande. Grande apologized and is willing to make things right. And so look at that. There's Grande. What's up, Grande?
Oh, awesome. Yeah,
Okay,
he just
sorry,
DM'd
I'm
me.
so sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
Everything all right?
everything okay?
Oh, it's good. It's all good.
Okay, good.
Good, glad to hear that. So, I mean, now we're in a voice chat, because I just brought them on in a VC in the meantime, just to like, for people to just discuss like how they're feeling about the stream, and people are feeling positive about how everything's gone, Ryan, and I'm really happy to hear that.
I'm very thankful for that too, because again, like I said, if I didn't care about the situation, then I wouldn't even be here right now. So
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But I do know, I do want to give people a chance to ask questions in the chat, but since I already have Nicholas and Maddie and then Nor as well, all of you in the VC, I think I'll let you guys ask your questions. Then I'll go ahead and like go to just back to me and Grande, and then we'll try to address more of the chat questions after that.
Okay, yeah, because I know I had a few questions. That's why I wanted a VC.
For sure. So we can
Yeah, so-
start with Nick's
sorry.
questions. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I okay, Grande. So I know that I said this a little bit earlier, but like, you know, I've known you since 2022, like I think it was like February 2022, and you always seemed like a chill guy who was just kind of there to always, you know, play games and just, you know, spread positivity, all that kind of stuff. And like, I'm not gonna lie, it was like seeing the way how things were said in Ballo's chat and, you know, some of the actions that were taken, like it just felt off. And I did a bit of like a bit more digging, and I kind of like took what I know you made your video and all that, and I took that video and I was like, yeah, this just doesn't seem genuine at all. But I will say, like today, I do really appreciate you coming out here today and talking with all of us, and you know, wanting to set the record straight, clarify your position, things, which you have, and I really do appreciate that. And thank you for being able to step forward and speak about this. But my first question to you, Grande, is a lot of us have seen red flags about Ballomatic over time. And I will say these questions can involve you, they can involve any of them, or just all in general. I will say that. But like, a lot of us have seen these red flags about Ballo, including myself. I have seen a few red flags myself. I didn't have any proof of them, so that's why I could never like say anything about it. But like I have seen some red flags like of Ballo saying some anti-LGBTQ things. Again, can't prove it. It happened in a VC a while ago. But in my case, I did actually have a little bit of interaction with them, like with Purple Phoenix. I know like she was sending me. And what's been really frustrating is how both of them have stayed silent. They haven't wanted to address this at all or go to people who have been affected by this. And I know you, and this is a big one because I know that you've said that they don't mean to harm anyone, but if these two didn't mean to harm anyone, why are they so afraid to address this publicly? Why are they like deleting comments, deleting, I know Ballo deleted a server, like why are they afraid to address this? In your opinion?
Yeah, and that's a very good question. I think they kind of feel the same way that I did, just when people would bring it up, it was always publicly, and they felt like people were just attacking them. And like I said earlier, I will be talking to the both of them, and I'll do my best to hopefully put an end to all this, because as we mentioned earlier, it's not really doing any good for anyone. So
yeah, I agree with that. It has been going on for a very long time, and yeah, I do think reaching out to them will be great because maybe that can convince them to start doing the right thing. But yeah, and I also want to ask, it's like, I know you even said that you've never tried to shame anybody, and people should be who they are, and I agree with that. That's been my stance. I think everybody should do what they feel comfortable with, that like in terms of their sexuality and all that kind of stuff. But I do know that it did take you a while to respond to this, and I'll ask this specifically about you, Grande. Do you feel that not necessarily agreeing with the comments, but staying silent when these comments are being said helped normalize it at all? Like let Ballo and Phoenix be like, hey, this is fine, we can do this because Grande says it's okay. Or not saying it's okay, but like, by being silent, you're not calling it out.
yeah, I mean, in the moment, I guess I felt it was better to stay silent. But as we talked about earlier, I guess I never really realized how big of an impact my words had. So that is something I do want to do a better job at. Just if I see something that's off or something, somebody says something controversial, I want to just confront them about it right away. That is something I do really want to work on. So
yeah, that is also great. Yeah, I think you did mention that earlier, but yeah, that is definitely great to hear. And I actually do have another, this question actually involves Purple Phoenix, because I know that she's been involved in this. I know that she's actually live streaming throughout this entire thing. A lot of people realize that Purple Phoenix actually has more influence than Ballo actually, and I know that she is essentially Ballo's top mod in his like community and everything. And I know that I have worked with Purple Phoenix before in the past, and I know that those two are very, very close. Those two like they like talk a lot. I know they've like talked in DMs. Like I've been around some conversations with them, and essentially she's one of like the biggest people in his community. And unlike Ballo, she did a lot of her targeting and manipulation behind the scenes. And I have proof of those DMs because I remember she came to me defending Ballo. She tried to manipulate one of my mods into thinking that Ballo was in the right here. And she seems to continue to be deflecting. I've seen a lot of people defending her, being like, oh, she's like the innocent one, but she's been like being sneaky behind the scenes. Because I will say, like, Ballo and Savannah, like one word I could like describe them like with the situation is just being sneaky, especially Savannah, because like she's been doing all the dirty work in DMs. So do you think that we've gone too easy on Purple Phoenix, or do you think that we should do more to call her out as well? I don't know if you knew all of this, because I'm not sure if like this was brought to your attention, but what are your thoughts on like Purple Phoenix in this situation?
I mean, I have heard things. I haven't really seen any proof of it, but like I said earlier, I think people just feel like they're people are just going after them. They're trying to attack them. They're not going to them one-on-one calmly about it. I really do like I said earlier, I don't think they meant any harm in what they're doing. Now, maybe there is stuff I'm not aware of. It's very possible, but based off what I've seen, I don't think they meant any harm in what they're doing.
Okay. And oh yeah, go ahead, Matt. Yeah.
Grande, if they never meant any harm, why has Ballo or Savannah yet to reach out to me to apologize for what Ballo said? Why has there been no attempt of any type of contact? I've been banned in both their chats. I have had no way to contact them, to talk to them. So I don't know, like, you know.
Yeah, and I know that I know we've had a lot of chances for Ballo to do this. Like I remember at one point we spoke to a spokesperson for Ballo because he didn't want to talk to us directly. That could have been the perfect time to say like, hey, I really screwed up. I need to make things right now. I did not mean any harm here. But instead, he told us to take down our videos and respect his opinions. And essentially, he told us to shut up in a nice way.
Yeah.
Okay, so I actually wasn't aware that they blocked you, Maddie. I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
That's really
So,
really good that we're talking about
yeah,
this.
They banned me
That's,
from their chats as well.
Yeah, because like you were close with both of them, right, Maddie?
Oh yeah. I was a big donor. I was top member. I enjoyed their community for the time I was in it, but
And to add,
and then Ballo had to say those things.
to add a little bit more context, Maddie was the one who asked the question on Ballomatic's stream about the LGBTQ community that led to Ballomatic sharing his beliefs about it on that original stream, Grande.
Okay, right. Yeah, that's I'm definitely a little bit curious about that. Why they wouldn't reach out to you, huh?
Yeah, and there were like, again, there were multiple opportunities. Like I said during the and Novice, you remember that too when we had that one spokesperson for Ballo. And again, that would have been a perfect time to do it, but instead Ballo was just forwarding us in like a kind of rudish way, saying like, take down your stupid videos.
Yeah, that was the main response that he made. He was just like, oh, this could all end. You guys just take down your stupid videos. We don't even have to talk about this anymore. That was the kind of energy I was getting from him. And again, Ryan, that wasn't me speaking to him directly in DMs. It was one of his viewers was DMing him something that I said.
As a spokesperson.
Yeah, a spokesperson, and then he would respond and relay the message to me, and then I would speak to the viewer again, then relay the message back to Ballomatic. So we were speaking through one of his viewers, and I wasn't able to speak with him directly.
Because for whatever reason, he didn't want to talk to us directly. I have no idea why. I mean, again, if he had nothing to hide, if he didn't mean any harm,
like I said,
I would say,
early in the stream, I was in Purple Phoenix's chat yesterday because she was streaming yesterday, and I told her about how I was gonna have this stream with Grande today, and she ignored the message. And then, oh, can you guys hear me?
Oh, I think you might have cut out for a second.
Cool, yeah, because
yeah,
it said my OBS because my internet Wi-Fi I think went out for like 1 second and then came immediately right back. What was I saying? But yeah, no, I basically said in Purple Phoenix's chat the other day while she was streaming, I said that I asked them are you and Ballomatic accepting Discord friend requests? I would love to talk with both of you guys. And then Purple Phoenix responds to my message saying, oh no, we're not accepting Discord friend requests right now for security reasons. And then I said the message in the live chat, okay, just know that I'm always open and down to talk with you guys, and I'd be happy to just talk about everything privately. Purple Phoenix ignored that message. Ballomatic was in her chat and then just said, okay, Novice. So that was just an example of something that happened just yesterday, so very recent, of me trying to reach out to them.
Yeah, that's for me. There's definitely a lot of curiosity, because like again, maybe there is something I'm not aware of. It's possible. But right now, my mindset, my mentality is I don't think they meant any harm, but I do have questions. I definitely do.
Yeah, I kind of do feel like that they were purposely leaving out, and I guess it's like a bonus. I didn't really have this on my list here, but have they ever reached out to you in any way, shape, or form regarding the situation? Like, was there any group chats or any sort of messages, anything like that?
There is a group chat that I started. I just kind of wanted to check in with them to see how they were doing, kind of thing.
But
That
like
was, like, a
no,
couple
like
months
there
ago.
was no like talk about anything that happened. Like did they even bring it up at all?
A little bit, but it was more so just wanted to check in with them to see how they were doing.
All right. Yeah, and I guess I'll get to my next question here. I have two more. And obviously, this has been a while since it all like blew up. There's still a lot of people who are confused. There's a lot of people who don't know about what happened here. I can tell there's a lot of people who don't know, they don't have all the information. And when people do ask Ballo and Savannah, I've seen this myself, like when they go to their DMs, they get blocked. Like I remember one of my viewers came to him in DMs saying like, hey, like I'm disappointed in you. You need to do the right thing and all that kind of stuff. And this person was also a huge supporter, like I guess financially, like he donated a lot of money. Ballomatic's decision was to block him, and same with Purple Phoenix. I know he tried to go to her as well, but I know she has her Discord locked down and stuff. So do you think that that both Ballomatic and Purple Phoenix owe it to everyone to make a clear, updated, like public response to this? And I know you said that private apologies are great, which I do agree in a one-on-one interaction is a lot better, but do you think that they owe it to everyone to make a public response to this? And if they continue to stay silent and not do the right thing, should we continue to warn people and say, hey, maybe you shouldn't work with these people because they're not very trustworthy?
Yeah, I think it's definitely, an apology / just a clarification from both of them would be very nice.
Yeah.
Because, even me, like, I have some curiosity, I got questions. Like, I learned some stuff today that I wasn't even aware of, so...
Yeah, there is a lot that did go on, and I know a lot of it even happened behind the scenes, and it's like, I know that, the public's not gonna know about that. So yeah, I mean, definitely ask them all the questions you have, because I mean, that's gonna be important. You wanna get information from both sides. And I guess I'll go to my fifth and final question. Now maybe this is a bit premature because I know you don't know all the information, but I think what the most important thing in the situation is like no dodging, no sugarcoating. A lot of people want clarity from the situation. And if there does want to be a resolution to the situation, it does start with saying what needs to be said. And my big question here, the final question I have is right now, are you willing to publicly denounce what Ballomatic and Purple Phoenix did?
Yeah, I mean, in that moment, I just thought it was kind of okay. I didn't really think much about it, but, as time went on, I realized that it's not okay because of how many people it's affected and how many people it's hurt. It's, like I said earlier, it's definitely something that could have been worded differently. Personally, I don't think something like that should have even been brought up on stream at all. But there definitely has to be some kind of, like I said, apology / clarification, whether it's a video or a post or whatever, from both of them. I think that would go a very long way into putting an end to all this.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that the best thing for them going forward, obviously, in addition to reaching out to everybody, because I know there were multiple people that were affected, in addition to reaching out to all of them, they should make a public post, both Ballomatic and Purple Phoenix, clarifying the situation, not trying to avoid it or bury it, because it seems like they're just trying to play cover up here. And yeah, if they make a video or a post just saying what needs to be said, what's had to be said for many months at this point, that would be absolutely wonderful. And most importantly, they learn from their mistakes. They learn that, hey, you know, that shouldn't be brought up on stream. Like, you know, it's wrong. And like, you know, it's wrong to judge people, you know, like, I feel like that at the end of the day is the biggest thing. And I do think having a public clarification so that way everybody knows would be perfect. So yeah, those are all my questions, Grande. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you coming on here. It does mean a lot. And, you know, as I said before, definitely a step in the right direction. I appreciate it, man.
Oh, no worries. Thank you for the questions.
Awesome. So those are all of Nick's questions. And then, of course, you know, we do have Maddie and Noir in this call as well. And then I have a few other people that wanted to hop in a call. Of course, you know, I'll ask you first, Grande, to make sure like you're comfortable with everyone that's gonna go into the calls. But since we do have Maddie and Noir here, did you guys have any further questions for Grande?
I do, but I can wait till after Maddie if she wanted to go first.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess the one thing I have to ask is, like, because obviously a lot of my questions, I had a lot of the similar questions as Nick did. How is everything going to be moving forward? In what direction do you think you're going to be taking the community in regards to Ballo and Savannah and everything? Are you going to be more open to discussing what they did on when you're live, or are you like, can you give me like any clues maybe?
As of now, I would say I'm probably not going to talk about it in my content unless some crazy news comes out. But as I mentioned earlier, I do plan on reaching out to them and talking to them about it because I consider both of them really good friends of mine. And again, I really don't think they meant any harm in what they did. I really don't. So I'm just hoping we can come to a conclusion here and we can just put an end to this finally.
Okay. Yeah, that was like my main question and the one thing I was still wondering. Thank you for answering that.
Yeah, no worries.
Awesome. And then I guess Noor is next.
So, before I say anything, I just wanted to emphasize that this is a really unfortunate situation where this is the first time we're talking to each other, Grande.
Right.
So, let me just introduce myself. I'm Noir, Ren. You can call me Ren or Noir, whichever one. But regardless of all this, it is nice to actually finally meet you.
Yeah, same to you.
And I'm not necessarily, I don't know how like to put this. Even after all of this and after everything that's happened recently, everything that I have stated before, whether it was on my channel or this channel in Novice's most recent stream, most of my opinions haven't necessarily changed. I've been in multiple situations before where somebody makes a mistake and they say something but do another. I just want to emphasize that, and it's not... I don't necessarily 100% trust you yet. I will leave it to you with the actions that you make from here on. And the big question that I have had since this stream started, everybody else has already asked a bunch of questions that I would have asked, but you've said that you left YouTube initially due to being doxxed, and your reason for coming back was something completely unrelated, being the drama dying down. But of all things, why was the very first sentence that you come back being, "You can't get rid of me that easily"?
Right. First of all, I do respect your opinion on that. I looking back on that stream when I said that wasn't meant to be directed towards anyone. That was just like a general thing that I was saying. I'm not even sure why I said that, to be honest. That wasn't directed towards anyone.
So kind of like a silly, just
Yeah.
like, completely unrelated to everything. Okay, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense.
That wasn't meant to be like a serious thing, so I do apologize for that.
It's it context, but honestly, I'm fine with that. But yeah, it's just with everything that's happening, it's like every single detail is always being like jotted down, and it's always put in the back of my head because I've had ever since I got together with my wife, she has helped me with social cues and this and that, and yeah, just after everything that I've been through, after everything that her and I have been through, I don't like taking chances. But if you can prove to me that your actions make up for everything that's happened, then I'll eat my own words, because here's my thing. You said that you've met Ballomatic around 2021. At that point, if I remember correctly, he would have been around 16 years old. And
sounds about right.
For me, age is a really big thing, because not only is it just like, you know, like defining like what's a teenager, a child, an adult. It's more so because like a level of maturity, not really like a sense of knowledge. So then I'm just thinking, like, if I were in my 30s or 40s, I don't know if I would want to spend time with anybody around that age. Which, I don't know. I don't necessarily know how to word it, but I hope you understand where I'm getting at here.
Yeah, no, I think I know what you're getting at.
Which I'm trying to think of your situation, and it does sound extremely stressful. I do hope you're getting around everything, and yeah, from the way that you've been answering Nicholas's questions specifically, it made it just seem like, I don't know. To me, it feels like they don't trust you. Hunter and Savannah. Because it's like you're making it seem like you're never being given any details.
If I may add, it does kind of seem like you were kind of kept out of the loop with like a lot of stuff. And like, because I know you said like there were a lot of questions you had regarding the situation. And yeah, it seems kind of weird how it's like I'm not gonna lie, it does seem a little bit weird how like they're really good friends, but then they don't give you any information. Or at least they give, because that kind of happened to me. I can say that as a former mod for Ballo. Like a lot of times he would just give me like limited information and he wouldn't give me the whole story. And then I'd go to those people like if it was like regarding someone, then they'd give me the full story. I'm like, oh, now I see why I didn't want to tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't have that much info to go off of, because again, you know, that stream happened, he said his controversial comments, and that was pretty much all I heard about it until I decided to reach out to them. I think it was like a couple months ago maybe, but I really don't have a ton of context behind everything, and I'm hoping that's what I can get by reaching out to them.
I understand, and I don't know, I'm just like trying to like process all of this information, and you know, maybe your lack of knowledge regarding like this entire situation is the reason why people had their feelings like the way they did about you when you made your addressing the situation video as well as the quitting YouTube post. Now that we have like a general knowledge that you were not given any details, I don't really necessarily think too much that you're a problem at all in this.
Yeah, I mean, I know I definitely didn't help matters by, staying silent for as long as I did, but, I finally just decided to say that enough is enough. I want this to come to an end. I want everything to come to light, so that's why I'm here today.
Because I don't understand. I've been lurking around in everybody's communities for the last few years, ever since I met Nicholas and Ballo and everybody else, and I've noticed, if I remember correctly, I may be wrong, I'm pretty sure you did have Ballomatic modded in your community for the longest time, but I've also noticed, if I remember correctly also, that he never modded you. So I'm just thinking, I've had this thought for a while. This feels like a one-way bridge. I feel like the only one giving respect is you.
I'm not sure if I'd say that necessarily, maybe at times, but as far as the whole mod thing, Ballomatic was only a mod for me that one stream, which Nicholas was also there. So
yeah, I can say that I was there. I was there for that one night. Now, I don't remember if he was ever a mod before, but I do remember that one night. I remember you were getting like trolled or something, and I remember you actually modded both of us temporarily. I do remember that.
But yeah, outside of that one stream, he's never been a mod for me.
Not even within the last couple years?
Nope.
I would have.
I don't think so. I mean, maybe it might have been like temp.
I feel like if it was like really early on. Because I will say, I did check up in your stream once, Grande, to see like just what was happening. I did see Ballo in there, and he was a mod. I can say that. Now I don't remember for sure if he was never a mod at all. Like I'd have to look into like every stream, which would take a while. But I can't say he wasn't a mod or was a mod back then, but I do know recently he wasn't. Only Purple Phoenix was.
Oh, okay, that's
Okay,
yeah, I know
honestly,
she is. I did see that.
If he was a mod outside of that, I genuinely don't even remember, to tell you the truth.
Wow, okay, never mind, that's
But Purple Phoenix is currently a mod for me, though. Yes.
okay. Yeah, completely disregard that then. I thought,
Yeah, Noir, you're not the only one. I thought Ballo was a mod as well. You're not the only one.
I might be going crazy. It's possible.
I swear, I
feel like I'm going crazy.
I'm gonna be honest,
It's the
Grande.
Mandela
I
effect.
work in your chat from time to time. I would just check in, seeing what you would be up to, and I thought Ballo was a mod. Could have sworn Ballo was a mod. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was Phoenix, and I'm confusing the two of them together, which is entirely possible. I don't even know.
Like, I know Purple Phoenix, she's been a mod for me for quite a while now, like a couple of years, I think.
Okay.
Okay. Was that all the questions, Noir?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I actually just went back to your birthday stream from 2024. Ballo's not a mod. I actually can say that. It was July of 2024, and Ballo's in chat, but he's not a mod.
Yes, it was.
Okay, that would make sense.
I think that you guys confused Ballo and Savannah. I think that's what happened.
That is entirely
My
possible.
honest opinion. I'm not sure. I don't know for sure, but I think that's what happened.
That's what it seems like.
Entirely possible.
That's so interesting. It's like, you guys hear about like the Mandela effect?
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Like everyone remembers something completely different than what actually happened.
Imagine. That probably could be what it was. Yeah.
Yeah. That's really interesting. Anyway, if that's all the questions, I know there's a lot of people who are waiting who've been wanting to talk as well. And I want to give them the time to do so.
Yeah.
So there's a few content creators that were interested in talking. I don't know if they're... well, not content creators, but some other people, some content creators, some not so much, but we're interested in joining the voice chat. Let me go ahead and start pinging some of them and seeing if, like, let me see if they're ready right now. Are you...
I just want to say real quick, I'm not trying to like pry into your situation, but I hope everything was going alright between you and Godfuck Fairy earlier, because I did get a little worried when she did send those messages in chat.
Yeah, it's going okay. We'll work that out later.
All right. It's just don't like because I feel like you've said like a lot of things tonight. So if you feel like you have to tap out, I'd say like don't feel bad, because like it sounds urgent. So I've been in your situation a lot. I promise.
All right, I appreciate that.
No
Totally.
problem.
All right, well,
And I guess I'll just say, Grande, thank you again for chatting with us today. It does mean, hey, you know, it's definitely, you know, I do agree with, you know, I do wish we had this conversation a little bit sooner. I do, but you know, it's better late than never. You know, it's never too late to do the right thing in this situation. And yeah, I do really appreciate it, and thank you very, very much for, you know, talking with us, and hopefully we can all reach, you know, some sort of agreement, or there's going to be some sort of like an apology by them, or maybe they can, maybe we can have a stream where we talk to those two as well. I mean, wouldn't that be nice? And then we can clarify everything. Everyone's happy.
For sure.
Move on, and that's the end of it.
that'd be awesome.
Exactly. Definitely some kind of apology / like clarification on everything would be very nice from them.
Awesome. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to a call with just Grande and I, and then I'm going to start adding different people one by one. But thank you guys for your questions, and thanks for hopping on and being here. I'm gonna go ahead and end this call now.
All right.
Yeah, let me see here. So this next person that I'm bringing on is a person that has been in the communities for a while. Different communities.
Wait, novice.
Oh yeah.
You're not on stream, right?
Oh, I am on stream. You're on stream right now. People could hear you.
Hold on. Yeah, I know, but there was this one thing that was going on back then. It's like for some reason you sound really slow, so just give me a second. I'm gonna grab.
Okay, so Grande.
I'll get back to you.
Oh wait, did you want me to call you later, or are you good right now? Because Grande isn't in the call. I was about to add him to the call.
Hold on. Wait, let me hang up real quick, and then I'll call you immediately afterwards. Hold on.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll just get into a call with Grande, and then just DM me when you're ready. Oh, I guess he's calling back.
Okay. Wait, can you say something?
Are you ready to talk to Grande?
For some reason, you sounded like really slowed down on my end.
Oh, that's weird. Maybe it was like a weird Wi-Fi thing.
No, this happened to me in my server when I was VCing with Nick and Maddie one time, and then the same thing happened. So.
Okay, well, are you ready to talk with Grande? I'll go ahead and add him to the call.
Yeah, is this just going to be the three of us, or are we?
Yeah. Oh, so I think it's better if I just do like one-on-one calls. That way, like, there's not people talking over each other. So that's kind of what the gist of what I'm gonna be trying to do.
I bet. So I'm gonna keep this really simple.
He's not in the call. He's not in the call right now. Let me go ahead and add him, and then I'll let you guys just talk. Okay.
All right. Wait, are we on stream, by the way?
Oh yeah, you're definitely talking on stream. Everyone could hear everything that we're saying right now.
All right. All right. Just to make sure that I don't get to, All right.
All right. So before you say anything, G, So, Grande, G is someone who's been in my community for a while, and I know he's kind of gone around a few other people's communities as well, not just mine. And he took a very big interest in the Ballomatic situation when I made my video on it, and when people were talking about it. He was very involved, and he wanted to hop on here, and he had some questions for you as well. So I've talked to him quite a bit myself, so I know him, and yeah, so he just had some questions as well.
Okay, sounds good. Correct me if
Indeed.
I'm wrong. G, I think you sent me a friend request.
Indeed, I did.
Alright, I'll make sure I get that. I can do it right now, actually.
Alright, perfect. Fine. For me, we can perhaps discuss sometime later in the future.
You're a little quiet, G.
Yeah,
a little
that's
low.
probably just because how low I'm speaking. Because I don't want my parents hearing me right now. Because they're talking with some person outside. It's like a family friend.
No worries.
I'm not trying to disturb them.
Well, did you what question did you want to ask Grande?
So, anyways, nice to meet you, Grande. Like Novice just said, I am the G, formerly known as Darkwing, and I have been around a lot of communities throughout maybe 3 or 4 years, including yours and Novice's. So, I think when I was watching the stream, my two main questions. First, I remember I joined Hunter's servers sometime, I think when the drama first started, because back then I wasn't so sure on who was in the right and who was in the wrong, and so I wanted to kind of get some insight into who was in the right and who was in the wrong for myself. So I joined Hunter's server, and immediately, I wish I had the screenshots to prove this, but I remember seeing Savannah and Hunter question pretty much everyone that joined in after Novice's video and Nick's video came out about this whole situation. And they would question whoever came in and ask how they found Hunter's channel and his server. And I noticed that anyone who didn't provide a response or provided a response that wasn't adequate enough in their eyes were either banned or they were just never let into the full server. And so I'm very grateful that you decided to come to the stream and talk one-on-one with us, because like I said before, I think it really shows that you're trying to avert this situation, and that's something that we all appreciate. But in regards to what I just said about Hunter and Savannah being really cautious on who gets into the Discord and who doesn't, I'm wondering if you think that that's a sign of them being fearful of addressing this matter publicly, and if not, I'm wondering if you could help me interpret what them being so cautious might mean.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's nice to meet you as well, G.
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to my friends.
So as far as that goes, like, going back to what I said earlier, like, even I'm curious, I have questions that I want to ask them, because I just want to know what the heck is going on. I have heard about people joining their server and getting banned immediately, which, I mean, that right there, you know, they're getting questioned all the time, right when they enter. So, obviously I can see why that would be suspicious. But I think they're just seeing it as people that are trying to attack them, because it's always public. And
I see.
that's part of the reason why I want to reach out to them and talk to them and just really, truly put an end to all this.
Wait, yo, is from
What's up?
what the heck just?
Everything okay?
Oh, I thought my audio was tweaking. I thought my audio was tweaking for a second.
Oh, okay.
Because I had stream playing in the background until I got a double echo for a second.
Oh,
But anyways, that's a really insightful response. I never really thought of that. And I can see how that goes back to what you were saying earlier, Ryan, when you were talking about how most of the accusations about public and never private. And I saw another thing that kind of overlaps between stuff I saw on your server and the community posts that you made when you were assumingly to us about to quit permanently. So I noticed that every time you were dealing with something emotionally hard for you in your server before you merged it with Karen's server to make the Dibble Dabble Nest, I noticed that you would always kind of make announcements about leaving for a bit or taking breaks with a very similar tone and a very similar sense of pathos that you used in your community posts when you said you were going to quit permanently. And so I'm wondering, considering that you always kind of knew in the back of your head that you were always going to return to YouTube in spite of the language that you made and that you wrote on that community post, I'm wondering if you can kind of reiterate for me, like, what was your thought process when you were making the community post, and like how much you really just wanted to leave the platform completely, and how much of you kind of knew you were going to stay?
Yeah, for sure. I know that, the fact that I made that community post and came back like nothing happened, I can understand how that would be confusing to a lot of people. When I made that post, it was just I was very emotionally charged, and when I made that post, it felt like I wanted to be done with it forever. I know I said in the back of my mind, I knew I'd come back, but it's like I wasn't really thinking of that at the time. It was just like one of those in the moment kind of things. And again, the main reason why I left was mainly because I got doxxed. The drama and the situation wasn't helping. But yeah, it was just kind of like, it's like when we say something sometimes when we're upset and we don't mean it. It was kind of like along those lines. So, and as far as like why I'm still keeping it up there, I know I mentioned it earlier. I see that post as kind of like a mistake on my part, but I want to keep it up there to serve as a reminder for me not to do it again, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
and the same thing goes for the video.
So I guess it's kind of just showing you how you have to grow and improve to make sure that you don't and everyone else doesn't feel emotions and feelings and sentiments similar to what they felt about this matter.
Yeah, exactly.
I see. Okay. And another one of my questions, I don't know if this is a little bit off topic, but when you were talking about that person who made some sexist comments apparently, and that gave you sort of PTSD, if you will, I'm wondering if I can ask who that was, because I kind of have an idea about who it is, because I think I was modding for him at the time when I heard about a sexist incident that happened in one of his Crash Bandicoot streams.
Yeah, so in regards to that, I don't want to say the name publicly because then that's just going to start a whole other thing, but I can definitely tell you privately, absolutely.
What do you need for it?
I can actually message you right now and tell you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did you have any more questions?
No, it's about your... Wait, hold on.
Okay, I just messaged you.
My folks were talking.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess my guess was correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that was about.
Yeah, I heard something about that when it happened. I think I might have been there on that stream before it happened, but then I had to leave before the actual incident occurred. But when you were talking about it today, I just kind of remembered hearing about that when I was still actively talking to him. So I just wanted that clarification. But yeah, I can see how just the repeated pattern of that just kind of it gets to you. It messes up with your mind. So, and I'm glad that you're actively taking steps to counter that, because I think a sentiment that me and a bunch of other people share, even before this whole matter even started, I think was, I remember hearing some people saying that you were kind of like using kindness as a way to gain viewers or something of that sort. I don't remember exactly what it was off the top of my head, but those were the things that I was hearing a while back about you. And then today's stream really showed me that those allegations just really don't match with who you are as a person. I can see that you're actively trying to fix this, because obviously if you were like the other two, you would try and avoid having that bad publicity associated with your name, and you wouldn't be up here like now. And I commend you for that, as I'm sure many people here commend you for that as well.
Yeah, oh, thank you for that. I do appreciate it. And like I said earlier, if I didn't care about the situation, then I wouldn't even be here today. So, as far as the whole kindness thing, like, again, I mentioned this earlier, I don't have a reason to fake that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just want to put a smile on people's faces. Like, in terms of the daily Discord messages I used to do, I could see why people would see it as fake because, you know, I mentioned this earlier as well. It's literally just me typing a message and copying it and pasting it in the servers, which, yeah, it probably sounds a little fake. It's not genuine. But my mentality behind that was just, it's better to do it than not do it at all. So that's why I was doing it.
I see. And another question that kind of popped in my mind just now, I'm sorry if I'm somewhat bombarding you with these questions, but I don't have that much time right now because I have to study for some stuff. I saw that Karen was saying, Karen and you actually, like both of you guys were talking about how in matters like this, you should go directly to the person that you're accusing rather than trying to make stuff public. And I'm wondering, like, just as we've been giving you advice throughout this whole stream so far, I wonder if you have any special, noteworthy pieces of advice for people on how they should approach a matter like this more privately, like you guys have been kind of preaching throughout this whole stream, because that discussion of that idea really intrigued me.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this is something that I need to work on as well. It's like, basically, you know, we know how social media is, right? It's like you see something, one person says something, then another person believes it, and then it's just a big mess and it's a rumor or whatever. But they never go to the source, so they don't truly know what's going on.
I see.
And I feel like us as a society have to do a better job at that, myself included.
That's good that you have that sense of humility in your response. Like, not only are you giving advice and telling people how they can improve, but you're also acknowledging that you can improve in one of those aspects that you believe yourself to be very strong in already. And so, again, I commend you for that.
I appreciate it.
All right. I did see in the chat, Ryan, that Karen did want to speak briefly on the stream, but she says she doesn't have Discord, so he was asking if you can call her.
Yes. Hopefully my mic is able to pick her up. It should be able to if I put her on speaker.
But as for the G, thank you for your questions, and I guess, you know, we'll talk later.
Yeah, because I think I do have to go, and if Karen's getting on here, then, you know.
For sure. All right. Have a good rest of your day, man.
You too.
See you later.
But yeah, because Karen said that she needed to run somewhere, so I wanted to have her have the chance to speak as well, because she said she had something to say.
Yeah, so I'll give her a call right now then. Again, hopefully
And then
my mic picks her up.
also I was wondering, like, how are you feeling about the stream right now? Like, are you able to take a few more people, or do you need to go? Like, I want to get a gauge for your time too, because I know we've been going for like 3 hours now.
Yeah, I actually got Karen on call here though.
Okay, yeah, we could start with Karen, then we can talk about that after.
Okay,
Hi Karen.
1 sec. I guess you can't really. Oh shoot, this is gonna be kind of.
Oh, it's okay.
awkward, isn't it?
It's okay if she can't hear me and she just wants to speak. That's fine too.
Okay, do you have the stream open, Karen? Okay, well that's good then. Cause like I didn't want you to be talking and then he can't hear you and then it's all confused. Okay. So I guess it's your turn to speak then.
I want to say, not for a class act, I have a huge amount of respect for you. But you actually heard him out, and I'm going to be getting into that because as someone who's been through a lot in her life, I just want to say that the fact that it took this, to get people to go, oh, what?
Oh no, she cut out. She's cutting out.
Oh, is she cutting out?
Yeah, all I heard from her is that she has a lot of respect for me, and I guess it took this, and then she cut out. Oh yeah, it's still cutting out. I'm not hearing anything.
Oh, it's cut. Karen? Wait. She said you were cutting out.
Like, do you have it like right up to your mic, the phone?
Yeah, it's literally right up to my mic,
Okay.
so...
Yeah, let her know that I apologize that I'm not able to hear her.
Try to turn off the noise suppression. I'm not even sure how to do that, actually.
But,
Okay.
if she did have like a message that she wanted, I don't know, typing it out kind of like takes a little bit longer, but I would like her to be able to speak.
Yeah, I know she said she doesn't have Discord, so...
Just for the sake of this, I really wouldn't want to because I hate being on Discord now. I hate it.
Yeah,
No.
well, I
Well,
heard,
I mean,
I heard her
as you
there.
know, I've been off
what she said
social
there was
media.
completely clear on the stream, so I heard that.
Give me a second. Really can hear me in a minute.
Oh, they said they can hear you now.
Yeah, and she said, give me a second.
Can they hear me now?
Yeah, I could hear her perfectly fine.
Whatever.
Okay, now he can hear you.
Do I need to start over, or do I need to start
Yeah,
over?
pretty much, because I missed most of it.
I couldn't hear what I said anyways.
Just start over, I guess. I'm gonna keep my phone right here, so...
First of all, Novice, thank you for being a huge class. The utmost utter respect for you. Because you were actually one of the people to actually hear him out. And I know that's kind of a rare thing, but I guess this stream really proves to me how little people reached out to get the actual information. And what I want to say is that there is danger in assuming somebody's beliefs off of a video. Because I'm going to speak from the personal man that I know who had the audacity and the courage to stand in front of you all today. What he is doing is wisdom and poise beyond his years. And that deserves the utmost respect. It is not easy to stand in front of people and admit your shortcoming. Not at all. Especially on a public platform. So, because of this, I want to explain what this man kind of went through in the weeks leading up to this, because I'm not okay with how a community basically deserted him because they didn't know the truth. He was in agony, he wasn't sleeping, he wasn't eating, he wasn't doing any of the things he loved, because that's what being on this platform means to this man in front of you today. He loves to spend time with you guys. He loves doing this. He has a passion for this that I haven't seen a content creator have in years. It's why he's still doing it and I'm not. But fact of the matter is, he thought people hated his that weren't true. And that is what I want people to understand. At the end of the day, no one should assume anything without going to the source about a human being. That's why the news is so dangerous. The news is one of the worst things. The news spreads mass paranoia and mass information, and then you turn out when you go to the real source that wasn't true. And it is very appalling. And I will say, shame on the people that are finally turning it around when they should have just done it to begin with. Because I'm the one who was behind the scenes having to hold this man up because he was decimated by the way that people quickly turned their backs on him when he would give the shirt off his back for every single one of you. And I know I sound blunt, but this is weeks worth of watching a good person, a good man, a good friend, someone who has never said anything bad about a single person, even when he has been hurt by them, ever. He only wishes for good. And I wish I was half the person he was. Because let me tell you what, I'm not like him. And he deserves the immense utmost respect and some apologies back. Everybody messed up in this circumstance. To the original comments that were said, to the people who had the time to make videos about him. Like, what are you doing? You could have just gone to him instead of doing all this. This is all, like I said, I hope some of you go to law school with the amount of time you have for this. Because this is ridiculous. I'm glad he spoke his truth. I'm glad there's a mutual understanding. But damn, it did not take a month and a half to get here, people. And Ryan, I love you. And I'm so proud of you. And I'm so immensely proud of everything that you did and you stood for today. Because that is the man that I get to see behind the camera every day. And I'm honored that you are my best friend. And I love you.
Okay, are you trying to make me tear up or?
That was really sweet. She's a keeper, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean,
He's a keeper.
like without going into it too much, I just, I love you too. Never forget that. But without going into it too much, when I was on my break, I don't know what the heck I would have done without her. That's kind of scary to think about. Who knows? Because she was the one that kept me sane throughout all this.
Yeah.
Yeah, she pretty much said everything there. Like, I wasn't eating, I wasn't sleeping, I wasn't doing anything, exercising. Because this situation has just been destroying me since the start of the year.
Yeah, and I...
This is coming from my heart as the woman behind this man. Because that's what true love does. True love works through hard circumstances. This didn't just affect him. This affected me. And I work full time, and I have a special needs child, and I also had a boyfriend who was decimated. I have a busy life here, people. I have not time to rehearse crap. I just speak my truth because I'm a grown-ass woman, and I'm so glad that Novice had the class, the time, and the respect to give this man who deserves the freaking world. And to those of you in chat who are deciding to turn it around today, it's gonna take more than just a I'm sorry, okay? Because you know what? I've been hurt by this life too many times. It's gonna take more than just a, oh, I should have gone to the person. You're gonna have to prove it. That's our problem with society. We don't prove anything anymore. There's no more loyalty. There's no more trust. It's all fabricated illusions of talking and blabbing without action. Where's the action? That's what I want to see going forward. I want to see action from this community. I want this community to stop ripping each other apart at the first chance they get. Because guess what? It's gotten around. People don't want to be part of the gaming community anymore because of the drama. It is embarrassing, to say the least. Everybody had their role in this. Everybody messed up in this. And I'm so glad we're going to get past it, finally. I'm sorry it took a freaking stream to get to this point.
I'm glad too. And I'm grateful for Karen sharing her perspective on the stream. And
Community needs to go back to loving each being kind to each other. That's when I first came to this community. That's what it was about. That's what I loved about it. But I slowly start to see these niches and weird stuff, and it's like, oh my god, like who has the time for all this? And you're right, you don't know him like I do, but give him a chance. You guys at the first hand of something went off of what, the comments, and like I said, he's owning up for it. Nobody in this is innocent. Everybody said something with malice, with intent to hurt, without intending to hurt. I studied communications, guys. I know about the power of words. I was going to college for this. I like to think I know a little bit about this subject because I wanted to major in it. So yeah, this community needs to get back on with loving, respecting each other, and not making videos about them for clout. And go to the person next time. And that goes for any circumstance, not just Ryan. Any circumstance about any streamer or any controversy. And again, at the end of the day, let's not bring up controversial subjects. We're here to play games, people. It is freaking care about the politics of tariffs while I'm racing in Mario Kart. I don't want to hear about I want to escape from my life when I come to a stream. I don't want to hear about the politics of the president. I want to play Mario Sunshine. If you want to get into politics and all that, go be a politician, not a streamer.
I appreciate hearing Karen's thoughts on this situation. And I'm grateful that she's been able to express herself, but I do want to move on to some of the other people that had questions for Grande, but again, I'm grateful for her perspective and her sharing her opinions on the community and
a chance as the woman who had watched him in
everything involved.
For literal weeks in about a month to just make it
And
clear that everybody in the community needs to kind of get a recheck. And again, Novice, you're a class act. I wish there were more people like you in the world.
Thank you.
I think you have a bright future in this. I do. I really think you could go into some kind of journalism or something. So keep it up.
Thank you, Karen.
I mean, she's not wrong.
I really appreciate that, and I do want to.
I love you too. Talk to you soon.
I do want to mirror something that she said, Ryan. I do want to say I'm sorry for all the stress and all the difficulty that this put you under, because that's not fun. I'm all the sleep that you lost, and I'm sure it affected Karen. Like, someone's hurting in a relationship. You hurt too. So I could only imagine the kind of pain that both of you guys went through. And I also do want to apologize for, I do have a more nuanced opinion in terms of the internet and criticism and things like that. But at least from the basis of, if any of the content that I personally made, my video with some of the jokes, the humor in it, and the criticisms in the video, and even my stream, I do want to apologize about the pain that could have inflicted you, and that I'm sorry that you went through that, and I definitely didn't want that for you, and I still don't want that for you, man. And I want to know that you are loved and cared about, and I'm happy that Karen's there for you, because it's very clear that she feels that way too, way more than probably anyone, including myself, does.
Yeah, oh, thank you. The apology does mean a lot, for sure.
Yeah, man. Anyway, I did have, oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna ask you how you feel about this, because this is something very personal to you and something very much that affected you. But I know that Bradley Taylor is in my live chat, and I do know about what he has done to you. It's arguably, no, it's not arguably, it's the worst that anyone has done to you in this situation. Are you interested in talking to him through voice chat on stream, or would you prefer that we just don't even go there?
I'm definitely open to it for sure.
Okay.
Because even something like that, like I said, I always believe in second chances.
And I also want to let you know, like, not just Bradley, but in general, like, if people are, you know, obviously any sort of like really like bad line of questioning, or you know, they obviously don't have like good intention in the conversation, I'm just going to cut that off right then and there. So you know, I want to reaffirm that as well. But Bradley, I'll try giving him a call. But I know that he did express interest in talking on the stream, and we'll just see. We'll see.
Yeah, because I always say, you know, I'm always open to hearing what somebody has to say.
Let me see here. I'm gonna try calling him, then I'm gonna add you to the call. Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Bradley? I'm gonna go ahead and add Grande to the call. And yeah, you could go ahead and oh shoot. Accept my friend request first, Bradley, real quick, so I could add Grande to the call.
Where is it?
Oh wait, I think I could add him now. There we go. Hello. Okay, so we have Bradley here, and I know, Bradley, you did want to speak on stream to Grande, and you know, I do want to just publicly say, Bradley, you know, not even letting like Grande or Ryan speak, I want to say that I think it was really horrible, the kind of content that you were making about Grande and Ballomatic. I think it was horrible for you to be harassing them on stream, to be, you know, loosely doxing Grande. And I think, just me saying this, not Grande saying this, I do think that you owe him an apology.
Yeah. Well, let me know when I can start, like, talking.
Yeah, go ahead. If you have questions or you'd like to say something to Grande, this is the time.
Okay, so... Look. If you don't accept my apology, Grande, it's okay. I understand, but I want to say I'm sorry for what I did. You deserve better viewers, and look, I should have thought about what I did before I did it. And yeah, there was just, I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry for doing that. I feel like shit for doing that, and if you don't want to forgive me, it's okay. I completely understand, but yeah, let's just say I've known you since 2021, and I enjoy your content. I know you're a huge fan of Pokemon, like I used to be, and I've been part of these YouTubers communities since 2019, and I don't know if you all know this, you probably know, I think, yeah, you know this, Grande, but ever since about 2021, I started trolling in people's communities, doing some stuff I shouldn't have done, but then around 2023, 2024, I learned my lesson to not do it, and I'm trying my best not to do this, but I've gone through a lot in life. I mean, you know, I lost a lot of family members over the last couple of years with like a bunch of stuff that I'd rather not talk about. And currently one of my family members, they're in the hospital, hoping they recover. But yeah, and as for the accusations, I should have just not even have like made those videos about you and Karen, and I need to like work on myself on like what's it called, like actually knowing like the information before spreading all these accusations. And
I think, you know, if I may interject as well, Bradley, not only just you know, getting all the facts for something is one thing, but then also there's just a certain level of respect that we should have for everyone, especially with the internet. Doxing, harassment, you know, a bunch of those kind of things is just not okay as a rule of thumb in general. And I would just highly encourage that you don't even resort to that on the worst of your own enemies. It comes across like what you said, you know, a troll, and not only that, it's very harmful, and it's not helpful at all. It's not helpful for people who are hurting. It's not helpful for victims. It's not helpful for anyone. And you know, there's a lot of people in my chat right now who aren't the biggest fan of you, and you know, I do want to say I'm sorry for the stuff that's going on with your family, and you know, passing a family member is a family member that's in the hospital. But at the same time, I do want to say that that isn't an excuse for any of this, and I would highly recommend that going forward you really think hard about the kind of content that you put out there on the internet, because it does make an impact. And with your streams, videos, you know, take a break if you need to and start thinking a little bit more deeply about the impact you make online. But at least for me, I know there's a lot of people who don't have the best opinion of you right now, and I don't know if people will forgive you, but I would like to see, you know, you have a community where you can make stuff you like without having to harass and attack and tear other people down. I think that's a good thing. I've spoken a lot. That's my 2 cents on the situation, but I also do want to let Ryan speak, because you did this to him, and I think it's important for him to say his part too.
yeah.
Yeah, well, first things first, I do appreciate you apologizing and owning up to it. My question is a very simple one, though, and I'm going to kind of pair it with what Noir Hart said. So I just want to know, what exactly was your thought process when you did that? Because you didn't just do it to me, you did it to a few other content creators as well.
But
And what Noir Hart said, he said, did you ever think about how it would affect you if somebody did that to you?
Oh, like the trolling. Like, do you mean like the trolling? Like, why I did that?
Like the doxing specifically.
Well, I didn't think of consequences, and I didn't know better. Let's just say, this ain't an excuse, but I've been bullied a lot in elementary school and all that, and yeah, it's not an excuse, but I just, yeah. Shouldn't have done what I'd done, but I feel like you said, Ryan, I believe in second chances, and life is short. Just, yeah. I don't want to, like, deal with, like, anything, like, bad in life, but unfortunately, life ain't perfect, and yeah.
Well, you're not wrong, life is short, but like something like this is very serious though, because like this, depending on where you live in the world, it could be illegal.
Yep.
So we're saying this because we're trying to look out for you. So you need to know that.
Yep. Yeah.
So just really think hard about the content that you put out there, Bradley. A lot of people have not taken kindly to what you've been doing for a very long time now, and I hope that registers with you. And you know, apologies, you could say, you know, what you've been through and everything, you know, is one thing, but, you know, taking action and making a change is another thing. You can't expect people to, you know, respect you or forgive you, but if you really do want to be better, you will be better, and that's just the end of the story.
Yeah. That's true.
So, is there anything else that you wanted to say, Bradley?
Yeah. For those watching the stream, please don't do what I did. Just please learn how to be a good person, and you all are awesome, and if you want me to apologize more, anyone, I'll do it. Because even if I tried not hurting anyone's feelings, that doesn't matter. What matters is other people's opinions, because it's not all about me, it's about, you know, everyone. So, yeah.
Can you at least agree to this, Bradley? Let's just, because trolling and all that stuff is one thing, but the doxing is that serious. Like Grande said, that's it's illegal in some places. It's very harmful. It could lead to very dangerous situations. You made both Grande and Karen very afraid during that situation, and it's just really, that's a really bad thing. Can you just agree to not do that? Just not dox anyone from here on out. Like, just as a rule of thumb, doesn't matter how bad the person is, or, you know, how much you want to troll or whatever. Can I get you saying that you just are agreeing you're just not going to do that ever again? Because that is really not cool.
I won't do that ever again, even if the person is like worst human ever. And just like, also, is it okay if, I'm assuming it's okay, but is it okay if I say like the country?
I mean, doxing is the country. I mean, that's okay, but a lot of it is the intention. I mean, when you try to dox someone, it's very intentional. Like, you say, "Hey, chat, this is where they live," and, you know, all this kind of stuff. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I won't say the country.
Like, I could say I'm from the United States. That's not doxing myself. You could know that Grande's from Canada. Everyone knows that. But doxing is trying to tell someone's location for the sake of harassment or trolling or whatever bad intent. Especially giving a specific location. That's the worst. So just don't do that. Don't give specific locations. Don't give city. You know, to be safe, maybe with the United States, don't even give like province or state. So yeah, saying, yeah, Grande's from Canada, I'm from the United States, I think you're from the United States as well. Sure,
Canada.
That's public information. People know that. Specific locations, no more. Nothing. No cities. Like, be safe. Like, don't even say states or anything like that. Just don't. Nothing like that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not something that should even come up in conversation when we're here to play video games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't even matter where we're from. It doesn't matter, like, our city or our location. That's just, it causes a lot more harm and danger. So,
yeah.
So just educate yourself more on that, Bradley. Think about if someone gave your specific location, then people started coming to your house, trying to break in, trying to steal stuff from you. I don't think that you would like that very much. So, and I know you've been through hardship in life. You expressed that. So think about if someone did that to you, that would likely cause even more hardship in your life, which I'm sure you wouldn't enjoy either.
Yeah, well, I understand people's anger towards me. Like, yeah, I understand. Yeah. I'm just gonna let people, like, express their emotions, and yeah, because it's not good to ball up all that shit and ball up your emotions. It's good to let it out.
For sure. Okay, so no more doxing, and I think that's pretty much it.
Okay. See you, Grande. See you, Novice.
See ya.
See you later.
Bye.
I'm glad we were able to tell him that. Hopefully he takes it to heart.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. It's big hopefully. Wait, was there anyone else that wanted to talk to Grande? I'm pretty sure there was, but I lost track. Novice, you did add me to...
Oh, Soul Wiz Puyo.
Oh, Soul Wiz Puyo. Yes. Yes. Oh, and I think a bid. You know, I'm gonna go with a bid first because I know he's been asking me for a while. You know a bid, right? You know of who a bid is? Apparently a bid.
Yes, I do.
Okay, yeah. At one point, I think he went by Bixbox. He went by a few different names, but he wanted to ask you some questions too and be on the stream. So, let me see. Is he ready?
Okay.
Okay, I think yeah. I'll go ahead and add him right now. Let me go ahead and remove Bradley from the group real quick. And Abid's a really good friend of mine. Like we've had some good conversations, so I'm happy that he's able to talk as well.
Can you hear me pretty well?
Yeah, I can hear you, Abid. Welcome to the
we
chat.
can hear you.
I want to pull up this face cam as well. Hopefully everyone can see me. It's a pleasure to speak to both you, Big G Novice, Gabriel, and you, Ryan, Grande. If you want me to prefer calling you that, this is good. I'll just go and turn my face cam off. Maybe the stream wants to see all of you guys in the frame.
Okay, either way is fine.
Okay. Awesome. Hopefully it's not too bad though. So this is a great. I really like how you both came up together from a difficult moment. There are many things that I would like to say that how the ups and downs. You know how we Novice. And Grande. You know how we've all gone through ups and downs.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. I would like to say how it all started with how you kind of went from being a small content creator to exceeding from 10K. So a huge congratulations to you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and also, you kind of did. I remember doing crazy things that I kind of messed up as well with the group, and you did pretty cool things. I remember not expecting you did back in the day an ALS ice bucket challenge. That was a long time ago, man.
Oh my god, that was a long time ago.
It's good to bring some humor back. But yes, starting all this, it came across that I remember I'm not being the best human being, but to this point, I have to say I'm gonna turn my face cam on just to tell you guys, just to tell the camera that Ryan, he actually rated me. However, it's not because of when he rates somebody, he actually wants to give support. And even though people always make fun, it is not always the intent to make fun of somebody without talking to them openly and directly, right? Do you guys agree with that? You know how
I think so.
It is good to have a great to have just to look at the camera, guys. People don't really look at the camera and talk to these people. It's people don't really just do they just kind of just say what they want to say.
They don't see a person for being a person, right? They don't see a person for who they are, as a human being.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, even the previous chats, what is it the previous chats that you've gone through, there were a lot of questions, so many questions that had to be asked. But the really good thing is that you were able to pull up a difficult question, how could if someone did that to you. It's there are many times that people can be people are actually sympathetic, and there are people who should be empathetic, having the same feeling as what you're going through. I remember the time I was happening to save a sibling, right, in a in hospital,
Mhm.
and I had to like, I was about to say what Gothrock actually said, but it's what she said is kind of meaningful. Like, does it feel meaningful to you? Like, do you feel like you kind of feel a bit uplifted about the honesty? Like,
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah.
100%.
yeah. And then I haven't actually told the chat, but Big G, right, Novice, I think he played a movie, and I think it's like called Prayers for Bobby, right?
Yeah,
And
I
it kind
did.
of felt a little bit, similar, like a little bit. It's a bit different from like your perspective, from all the stuff as I heard, but not much in a bad way. That it sort of like gets it a bit serious, but it's sort of to comprehend like the thing about like, you know, as we get older, like the whole world is changing. Like I would have said, we have to make choices. Like I decided to like, I'm not late for class. I'm actually still very early, but it's kind of like the things that we have to like be more careful. Actually, first things, one of the things which I want to say was that the transitions from you going up and down during kind of like in real life or just online, do you feel that you would come across people like IRL situations that I could guess that Gothrock actually can be like an IRL friend, a close friend of yours, if you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It may not be
Yeah, I
true,
get it.
but
Yeah.
it's sort of like it can
There-
be like
Yeah.
it can be like very good for like, it's really good to like, let's say, sit down together, have a cup of tea, you know what I mean, have
Yeah.
like a drink, you know what I mean, play a bit of board games, and sort of like do things to sort of like give it out of your chest. I had to do that. It's often difficult, but it's worth it. You have to. I'm saying to everybody in chat, not just you,
Oh,
Grande.
for sure.
I remember the times like, what is it? There's so many like there's so many things about like, in terms of college chat, people would have so much beef with the teacher. However, like I remember like the times I would often have to say like, I'm going to just apologize to a lot, like almost every single thing, and just try to look in the camera and just say, look, I've made so much mistakes, like through the entire 2024 plus 2025. Of course, you may not believe me, but you see, I'm looking at the camera, right? I'm looking at it.
Mhm.
Like, I'm just going to say that I am going to pull my socks together and just apologize and just be more meaningful and just like, you know, not go overboard. Just, if you know what I mean, like to sort of like not try to like put too much pressure on yourself, but it's like just to sort of like release it out, and then it becomes forgiven, right?
Yeah.
Because-
no, I totally
because-
get it.
I remember the time I was in, I remember the times how I changed my name. I messed up because Bix is still my nickname, actually.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I should try and no, actually, I should try and I'll just do this to you, Grande, just for a little bit. No, but I'm just like saying to like the 60, let's say 80 people in chat, like would even have questions about the things that you did. Did you often like, were there any questions that you may want to ask me, but the things that probably kind of, let's say, upsetted you, did you kind of like felt that sometimes it's often hard to talk to people, or like it kind of sometimes felt that, like, let's say Big G, right, Gabriel, I'm so sorry if I should say that, but
It's okay. I said my real
I mean-
name at the beginning of the stream too.
of course. no, I mean, it came to a point that Gabriel actually kind of helped the entire of yourself, and he actually done this to a lot of people, actually.
Thanks,
I
man.
mean, you're like one of them. So it's a pleasure that to see you going from you know, from how things like turned in a huge downhill to going to an uphill. And that's why like it is so like important that when it comes to speaking to someone, like who knows, like Ryan, I really should tell you that I often want to say that I recently spoke to, you know, Gia, right? A while to me.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. I'm not sure said in chat, but Gia and I, we met each other in real life. He actually flew to see me.
Oh wow, really?
Yep. And I mean, of course the chat would say how crazy it is, but sometimes when you have like the trust, like when people are like getting to know one another, or when people often feel better, you know, they'll often travel to see someone. Like when people do not like feel very comfortable, it kind of like they kind of stay at their home, like isolated a little bit.
Oh yeah, I totally
It's a pretty
get
common
that.
thing, yeah.
Like it becomes like a bit of like an introvert. Like it's really good to sort of like open yourself into more doors. Here's the bit, actually, if you're okay about like, there's a bit of, I remember you had a long-term story, Big G. I mean, both of your stories can be quite similar, but not very like.
You know,
they're not the same.
Ryan and I actually did talk about this a little bit about when we were having a conversation yesterday, that there's actually quite a bit that we could relate on as people in the way that we approach others and the way that we process stuff, and some experiences that we've had with people. So, yeah, I definitely see what you're saying there a bit.
Yeah, it's really because the crucial thing is to sort of like to figure out what is the main problem. And I remember like sometimes I would do mind maps. It's sort of like I sometimes even want to think, because I'm actually studying graphics these days.
Yeah.
It's like I want to like do a mind map. Let's say Gothrock and the other people like talking. It's like, what do they have and like how can they fix it? It's like a bit of a puzzle piece.
It is,
you know what I mean?
and and fitting it together. Sometimes like one piece it doesn't fit right, and you're confused, like, and you're really like upset. You don't know where it goes, but sometimes you take a step back and then you see, oh, it goes there, and we can actually work together a lot more than we originally thought.
Facts.
Yeah.
Definitely. It often like plays a critical role that like when you're like talking in conversation, like it's sort of like keep experimenting until like keep experimenting in a positive and meaningful way. Meaningful, look at the camera. Like you have to put like all of your honesty into it and then like say it. Not just
definitely.
Like I remember people these days.
You can't lie about it. You have to be honest and vulnerable to make these things kind of happen.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the chat may be a bit confused. Why would I look at the camera? Like, it's worth like sometimes you can be presenting an audience about your whole entire monologue. Like there are often things that we like often forget about due to like different people around the world. Like I know, of course, I'm far away. It doesn't much matter. I think the point is that if the unity and contrast, like how we all can actually just look. It can take days. It can take weeks. It can take definitely years to sort of come up and down together. Because I mean, we have all been in the fight, like physically and verbally, right? But then it can come across that we all can become best friends without noticing it.
It's
Do
true.
you guys agree?
Yeah, life kind of has a funny way of bringing people back together sometimes. I've experienced
that. I mean, overdoing like arguments is not. It's actually kind of go down actually.
Yeah.
But if you can just sort of like, dude, look, I'm going to I remember these days I would often like when I apologize these days because I'm actually messing around. I would often like what is it? I don't have a piece of paper, but if I do, like, I couldn't make like a greeting card. Like, I can actually develop some kind of art, but just talk to them, like, probably with facecam on. I think BG went to like take a little bit of a break.
No, I opened the door because it was getting really hot in my room. I thought I had opened it earlier, so I just opened it again.
No, yeah. it's I mean the I think there were two things which I want to ask. Do you how do you feel about 2025? Like, I know we're about to get close to halfway of the year. Do you feel that a lot of things could be improved for you, Ryan?
Oh, absolutely, for sure, 100%. Like, I'm always looking to improve as a person, and this situation has really opened my eyes to a lot of things. It just, I feel like I've done a better job at putting myself in other people's positions and just really understanding where they're coming from. And that's something that I want to continue to improve on because, I mean, I love people. What can I say?
Right? Same here. Same here.
That is very good. Yeah, that is amazing. Do you It's I'm trying to think. Do you often have questions for me that you want to ask?
At the moment, no. But if I do, I'll let you know for sure.
Yeah, you're always welcome to say it in the stream because I mean, I know these days I have to watch chat, but the most important thing is that I think important thing is that I'm always glad that the people who talk to you had very like meaningful explanations. But the really good thing is that you're always welcome to reach out to any of us. I mean, Big G,
Yeah.
very helpful.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hopefully, like as always.
I agree to that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really good. Let's say imagine all of us did a FaceTime together, and then had to like we all take a drink, and then it kind of sometimes leads to a podcast actually, but it can sort of like try to like influence the positivity within ourselves.
Yeah, just like have that time together and just like hanging out and chilling. Yeah, definitely. That's always good bonding experiences for sure. Did you?
Because
Yeah,
I remember,
definitely.
like,
Did you have?
because I know these days I know you're at home, and I think they're like there could have been like so many people you can actually talk to, than not just like streaming.
You
It's
know,
like,
and you know what I find?
we can like go out to arcades and let's go bowling,
but
golf.
you know what I
I mean?
find? I noticed this, and Grande, you might see this too, is that I've noticed there's a big sentiment in the world of people thinking they don't have friends. Like, I don't have friends, people don't care about me. But what I often realize is people underestimate how much others care about them. They really do.
Yeah.
And they actually have they have a lot more people that they're able to reach out to than they even realize.
Yeah,
just like-
I feel
just
that
like
all
the
the
movie.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like the movie that we watched.
First for
Like,
Bobby, yeah.
It's not it's always better to just like not just aggressively at first stage just go to the person, just always keep being nice, just always keep being nice, and just like
And take them
always
for
sit
who they
down,
are
like-
too. Like hear them out,
Yeah,
take them
no,
for who
take
they
it.
are, and be able to accept and appreciate them for them as an individual. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is
exactly.
always it is always important. Like, what is it? Like, I mean, Big G, what you say is it's true, and I mean, people do forget that. Like,
They
as
do.
a habit.
Yeah, they forget to
There's a
see
habit-
they
there's a
forget to see
habit.
people as people. Which is kind of funny,
I'm
but
gonna
it's
improve
true.
on myself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they-
exactly.
yeah, but
There is.
I-
I mean,
I appreciate that. I appreciate you sharing that a bit. I know that there's other people that do want to talk, but I was wondering, did you have one more question before you wanted to go, and then I could go ahead and move on to
Yeah.
the others?
I've got just one more question I want to ask you about. Do you I'm trying to think if the times that you have been unwell or like you've been off stream, have you been into like clubs as much, or have you been into tournaments and you've improved on making new friends? Because I actually have learned a few things is that not just always being online, I think having new people can sort of like help you become more confident and sort of like help you become more confident in yourself, or like just a bit of curiosity.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. That's a really good idea. It's very good advice for anyone. I don't personally do it because I'm just very quiet, socially awkward, but yeah, like social media, I know I talked about this a bit earlier, but I love YouTube with a passion, but even regardless of how much I enjoy it, I know that it's always good to take a break every once in a while. So, I'll go out for a run or something, or just
That's good.
even a
That's
walk
good.
or
You need
whatever.
that,
So,
the
yeah.
balance.
exactly.
Anyways, it's a pleasure to speak to both of you because I'm actually going to prepare for class. Like I know I'm pretty early, but thank you very much, Big G. Thank you very much, Ryan. I sent you a friend request as always. One day,
Okay.
we all like, I should try and get a drink, but as always, cheers.
I got my Pikmin water bottle here. There we go. Cheers. Boom.
Yeah, I got my water here.
All
Anyway,
right.
thank you to both of you. I'm going to head off.
All right.
And,
See you a bit. I appreciate
All right, have
that.
a good
Thank you.
night.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was sweet.
That was definitely.
Yeah, I appreciated the words that he said, and he spoke a lot of truth, and it's important to have a connection with people outside of just like the content and all of the, and just see people as people and take a step back from the content sometimes. I agree with that. Totally.
Yeah, and it's like I forget where I said this. I don't know if it was like, I think it was in one of my streams. I can't remember, but I'm like, I said something along the lines of, I stepped away from YouTube for a bit and I realized like, wow, there's an actual world out there with actual people,
Oh, totally. Yeah, no, I've experienced that many times myself. There's sometimes I get so honed in on my content, but I try to balance and try to make time for like the people in my real life that matter as well. It's a big balancing act. I was actually just straight up I was at Universal Studios Hollywood last night. I was up like really late, just having fun with some friends. So it's just like, yeah, I got home really late and then I woke up and then I started this stream. So I've been balancing act for sure. You know what I mean?
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's definitely all about balance for sure.
Totally. Anyway, I know, I think the last one that I can think of that I wanted to come on call was Soul. I don't know. I call him a Soul. I just recently met him. So I don't know if you... I think he has a fuller name, but I don't know if you've met him, but he's been in the communities, and he's been around, and I had him talk towards the end of my last discussion stream, so you probably saw him talk there.
Yeah, he used to be a Soul Damn Wizard, right?
Yes, I believe so. So
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and add him. Now it's Soul Wiz Puyo. Oh, external. Okay, there's a few more people. Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Soul. Great to hear your voice again. I really appreciated you popping in my my last stream, and yeah, thanks for being part of this.
Thank you, and anytime. Hi everyone, so it's Puyo here from the Puyo Nation. Hopefully you're all doing well today, and not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous.
Oh, no worries.
Oh, no worries.
Don't worry, I don't bite
Grande.
that much.
Me either.
Hi Grande. I know that last couple of months or so have been a little rough. I won't even lie. And I'm just hoping you're doing okay.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'm definitely doing better, for sure.
That's good. That's good. Glad to hear that things are looking up for you. Well, as far as what I want to say is, I am very sorry to hear about what you are going through. And I know that some of the things you have said in the past was not cool, but I do want to commend you on owning up to your mistake. You are willing to admit that what you did was not okay, and you are going to take the steps necessary to correct it and make sure that you don't let it happen again. which I'm very happy about to hear. And I wasn't sure this question got answered or not, and I do apologize because I was at a chiropractor appointment at the time. Is there a committee like open to anybody with disabilities like myself who is on the spectrum, autism spectrum?
Wait.
Sorry, I think you might have cut out there for me for a second.
Are you still there, sir?
Oh, yeah, I'm still here.
Oh,
sorry, I'm a
what-
little quiet.
No worries. What was your question?
I was asking if to Grande, is your community open to people on the spectrum, or really just anybody with disabilities in general, like myself, who is on the autism spectrum?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. When Karen was talking earlier, as a lot of you may know already, she has a son with special needs, and he's adorable. I love him to death. So, yeah, I accept everyone always in that regard.
That is a major relief. That is a very huge relief for me, because of the whole LGBTQ plus situation that happened, I got legitimately scared, and I will go ahead and openly upfront admit that openly apologize to you if I had gone to you to talk about what happened, because everything was just like, there was like so much that was going on. I'm trying to process everything what's been going on. Not had to figure it out. Turns out I wasn't even close. So I just want to go on and openly admit I owe you an apology directly.
Oh, I appreciate that. No worries. And again, it's just there's been a lot of, confusion going around. So no hard feelings at all.
Thank you. I am very grateful that you forgive me, and I do want to go ahead and let you know that because of the steps you are taking to correct yourself and start from scratch, or at least be able to improve so that you don't repeat the same mistakes, I will go ahead and forgive you for what happened, and I will give you a second chance.
I appreciate that. Like I said, I feel like everyone always deserves a second chance, so.
I do believe that as well. So I want to make it very clear.
No, that means a lot. Thank you.
And
You're welcome.
I just want to say that we appreciate you being here, Soul. You spoke in my last stream, you spoke in this stream, and your presence is very much appreciated, and you're loved and welcome in both of our communities very much.
Thank you, and I have been experiencing some discomfort recently. I just can't remember what it is right now, unfortunately.
Did it have to do
which
with
is a bit of a problem?
Did it have to do with any of our communities or our content?
No. It's
Okay.
not that.
That's
No,
good.
it's not that.
Because
Like I said, I can't
again.
remember where it is, but I know it doesn't it's not involving this situation.
Oh, okay, yeah, no worries. Because I definitely want to let you know that if there ever is a problem that arises within our communities and there's something that makes you uncomfortable, don't feel afraid to speak up about it.
Will do.
For sure. But yeah, I appreciate you asking those questions and talking to Grande and letting him know how you feel.
Not a problem, because I genuinely want because Grande, you were one of the one of the few people who I've looked up to as a content creator. I have been trying to understand how one should and should not act, and you're one of the people who I looked up to. And so when I heard about the whole situation, I was like, oh my god, I just hold this as some kind of like a major misunderstanding, because if this is real, it's like, but I'm just very happy to hear that you're on the road to recovery. And Karen, I do hope that you and your son are doing well, even if you're not in the chat right now. I just want to let you know that as someone on the spectrum, I really do hope that your son is doing very well, and just hoping that all goes well for him.
Yeah, and that does mean a lot, especially if anyone understands what it's like to be with somebody with special needs. It's Karen, because again, she does have a son with who is autistic, so yeah, she definitely understands that.
And as someone who has been going through over 20 years of autism, I can definitely understand what some of my quirks are and what some of his quirks might be. So I definitely wanted to wish him the best of luck. And it is okay to reach out to services who can help understand what his accommodations might be for school or possibly further life down the road, in case if he wants to get like a job or if he's planning to go to college, just to make sure that like he has all the resources that he needs to succeed as a person. I know how that feels.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for letting us know that and informing us about that, Soul. And again, appreciate you being here. And I'll go ahead and let some of the other people hop in and ask their questions now too. But you're great,
You're
man.
welcome. Thank you, and take care, everyone. See you next time, everyone, on the Poor Nation.
That was sweet. See,
It was.
Ryan, that was another example, another person that looks up to you.
Yeah, no, and just going back to what I said like way earlier in the stream, it's just I never realized like how impactful my words can be, and like I've never really seen myself as inspirational, even though people have said it to me in the past. Like they've been saying it to me for years. So it's just like I didn't really see myself as anything that special, but it's just again a lot. It's been very eye-opening for me, for sure.
So someone in the chat, and that's awesome, but I just see someone in the chat, they asked a question, they said, it's from Planty Gamer. They said, what about all the small creators that got crushed in the past? Do they deserve a second chance, Ryan, or is it only the ones saying they are sorry to you? Oh, okay, interesting. I think he's probably referring to what Karen was talking about earlier, because I know she was saying something about how a lot of content creators should apologize to you who have been talking about this situation. So I don't know if you had any thoughts about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Karen's very, she cares a lot about me, and she's very passionate about this. As far as hang on, let me look at that question again.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to understand it a little bit better myself.
I just need to like look at it myself.
I got crushed in the past. I think they're saying small content creators maybe that got crushed in the past from like what people saw you doing in the situation.
So do they deserve a second chance?
Yeah,
like regardless of what the channel size is, or even if you don't have a channel, everyone deserves second chances, always. 100%.
Yeah. And then we got another person, Attacking Blind. Grande has inspired a lot of us. I know he inspired me.
Yeah, Attacking Blind, we've known each other for just a little while.
That's awesome. That's awesome to see. And I did have a few...
What is it, 23 years?
Wait, did you just say 23 years?
23 or 24.
Oh, I'm 24, so I guess you guys became friends at my birth.
It might have been around the same time.
Yeah, that's wild. So, there were a few people. Actually, it's interesting. Hawk's in my chat right now. I was about to read because I noticed he started a group DM with us earlier and he asked a question. I wanted to read that, and then I did have another question that of someone that DM'd me on Discord as well. But Hawk asked earlier in a DM. I think he has 2 questions. Well, first of all, he said, I want to praise Ryan for taking this step in the right direction. I know that Ryan might not forgive me for what I had written for Novice to read off in his last stream. My question is, what have you learned? How are you going to protect the community from having to go through a similar situation in the future?
Was that
That was that was
Oh yeah,
that
I
wasn't in
sent
the
that to
live
both
chat.
of us.
Yeah, it was a DM to both of us. Yep.
Yeah, so I have that right here. Well, Hawk, I mean, we go back, geez, how long? Since high school? I mean, I don't have any hard feelings against you for that. I was just a little bit confused and curious because, you know, again, nobody ever came to me about it, so I was just curious, that's all. As far as what have I learned, I've learned a lot. The big thing is just, again, doing a better job at putting myself in the position of other people and just seeing it from their point of view. Because from my point of view, when it all started, it just seemed like, you know, it just felt like rumors. It felt like people were attacking me. It didn't make any sense. So yeah, the biggest thing that I've learned is just to really see it from their point of view. And the next part was, how are you going to protect the community from having to go through a similar situation in the future? So I talked about that earlier, is that like if I'm in a stream and the streamer says something that's controversial, I will do my best to reach out to them and I'll just talk to them about it. I mean, it depends who it is. Obviously, if it's somebody that I don't really know that well, that'd be maybe a little bit strange if it was like just some, you know what I mean? But if it's like a friend, like in this case, you know, Ballomatic, I want to do a better job at just reaching out to them sooner and kind of preventing something like this from happening again.
Okay. Oh, someone rephrased that question from earlier in a way that I think makes it sound better. Bacon Inferno rephrased it. And then I think there were... I'm aware of 2 more people that wanted to join VC. So I noticed that one of them was Yoshi Games and Plays, which I don't know too much myself, but it looks like you're friends with them, so I assume that you know who they are and you're familiar with them.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Awesome. But Bacon Inferno said... small content creators have been affected very badly by simply your influence. Are you willing to acknowledge that you hurt them? Do you feel they somehow owe you an apology?
Okay, so I'm looking at that question now.
I think he's mainly referring to... I mean, the only one that I can think of off the top of my head is Maddie Omega. I mean, there could have been other people, but I know Maddie did forgive you earlier. So, yeah, I'll just let you answer the question.
Yeah, so like as far as I'm a little bit confused in like the small content creators part, because regardless of what the person's channel size is, yeah, I'll acknowledge the fact that I hurt everyone. It doesn't matter if they have 10 subscribers or 100,000 subscribers. As far as do I feel like they owe me an apology, I mean, I never want to make it seem like somebody has to apologize. It's like, I'm not going to be like, hey, you should apologize to me because you did this. Because I always felt that actions speak louder than words. Yeah, I am a bit confused though, like in terms of the whole small content creator thing.
Yeah, I was a little bit too, and you acknowledge that you hurt them. I mean, you already said in here, like, if you did hurt someone, you've opened yourself up to having a conversation with them, and like you said, it doesn't matter the size. So I think you've already kind of addressed that you're willing to understand like how your influence has hurt people, and you're willing to talk it out with them and apologize where an apology is needed.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's my understanding. I do need to use the restroom, but I'm gonna add Yoshi Games and Plays into the call. They wanted to talk a little bit, and once I add them, I'll say hi, but then I'll go use the restroom and I'll let you guys talk a little bit.
Okay, well, I think I'm actually probably gonna step away for a minute myself, so...
Oh, do we want to just, like, use this as just, like, a bathroom break for both of us right now?
Pretty much, and to fill up my water bottle.
Okay, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Alright, guys, if you have any more questions, feel free to ask them in the chat, and we'll try to answer them as soon as we get back.
Okay, be right back.
Be right back, guys. Yeah, he's still gone. I'll probably refill my water bottle too. I'll be right back, guys. Hello again, everyone. So, I just want to reiterate the next two people I'm going to be pulling into the call. I'm going to pull in Yoshi Games and Plays into the call, and then I know External wanted to join the call as well. So, let me see if there's any other questions here. Oh, Karen's heading out. Too much crap. My phone is at 14%. Gotta leave for now. Okay, and then maybe if Camdog comes back from work, maybe Camdog could talk with us. But I'm thinking him and Ryan are probably gonna talk a little bit later. So what's been happening so far? A lot has happened, Zuff. A whole lot has happened in this stream. But the gist of it is that Ryan has admitted fault where there's fault in this situation. He's spoken to many different people on the stream, and people are forgiving him, and he wants to show by his actions going forward that he wants to take a turn for the better with his content creation. He said that he wants to reach out to Hunter, Ballomatic, and Purple Phoenix or Savannah and encourage them to speak up about this as well for an apology / clarification on the whole matter. So things are looking really good for the Grande gamer right now, which I'm really happy about because that's what I really wanted to come about from this stream, and it seems like it is going in that direction. Is Nicholas Fernero here? He was here earlier. I think he's off doing other things now. It's so crazy how little people know about it. Oh, I know. It's been going on for a little while now. It is pretty interesting. Okay, so Grande has to go move his car right now, so he's gonna move his car really quick. He just sent me a DM, but I'll just talk with the chat for the time being. No word from Ballo or Purple yet, though. No, unfortunately not. I tried reaching out to them again yesterday, but they said they don't want to talk for security reasons, whatever that means. And I don't know. Grande's gonna reach out to them, and we'll see if we could get a conversation going with them. But so far, no luck, which I'm kind of sad about. You watch this whole thing later? All right, for sure, for sure. Speaking of which, if she doesn't have to answer with a reply, but I'm sorry for the past, Karen. If I had questions, I should have came to you privately. Yeah, that's always the best way of going. It's best to take things private before making anything public. My rule of thumb, and believe it or not, it's kind of ironic. This is a biblical principle. It does come from the Bible. Is that if you have an issue with someone, you should talk with them one-on-one directly. And then if it isn't resolved through that one-on-one interaction, it's good. What the heck is this music? If it's not resolved through that one-on-one interaction, maybe bring a third party involved. But then if it's really not resolved, maybe at that point, public. But try as much as possible to resolve things with as few people as possible, because you know, words can be misconstrued, actions can be misconstrued, and it could become a whole big mess. And then, you know, eventually it becomes this giant ball of hate that no one wants, you know? It's Pigstep? Hold on. What is this music? Okay, I'm still on the same playlist. Apparently this playlist is supposed to be Nintendo Lo-Fi. But it's getting a little jumpy now. So, alright, I guess I'm here for it. Oh, Nicholas is back, guys. Okay, Nicholas is in the chat. Yippee! Wait, I had Discord open. Oh yeah, jokes can go wrong too, especially if people aren't in on the jokes. If people are in on the joke, that's great, but sometimes people misunderstand jokes, and that, yeah, yikes. Send another DM. Oh, yes, and I actually intended to do that little ball of fun. I wanted to share what Hawk had to say, his questions, and then I wanted to share yours immediately after, so thank you for reminding me of that. Nicholas Fernero is quite a great Mario Kart 8 Deluxe streamer, I have to say, and soon to be Mario Kart World streamer. We'll see how much he likes the game. We'll see how much people like Mario Kart World when it comes out. We'll definitely be trying it out. I know for certain that Nicholas Fernero is going to be getting his Switch on launch day, and he's going to be streaming Mario Kart World probably as soon as he can, and I'm probably going to do the same as well. I'm super excited to get into Mario Kart World. Okay, got another DM. Cool. I just responded to your DM, Soul. Some people apparently think Mario Kart World will be offensive. How will it be offensive? I haven't seen anything offensive aside from the price tag. Do they have like a weird character in it or something? Are they like... I mean, they have a snowman. They have some like pretty random characters. Maybe something with one of the characters is offensive. But no, I haven't heard that. I've heard a lot of other things criticizing Mario Kart World and Switch 2, but I have not heard that in particular. Mario Kart World is very exciting though overall. It's just price tag's not super exciting, but the game itself, ooh, yes, great. Cannibalistic cow, that is very offensive, I agree. What is my honest take on the controversy behind the Nintendo Switch 2? I don't like it. I don't like what Nintendo's doing. I don't like what Nintendo's become. But, call me a shill. Call me whatever you want to call me. I still love their games too much to give them up. As of right now. As of right now. That could change depending on if they keep going down this bad direction as a company. But as of right now, it hasn't crossed the line for me to give it up altogether. And I hope that Nintendo doesn't cross that line and we don't get to that point, because I love their games. I love what Nintendo represents as a company in a lot of respects and historically. So I just hope that Nintendo starts building a better reputation for itself and start making some more consumer-friendly decisions in the future. One could be hopeful, right? Oh, welcome back.
Sorry about that.
I just started answering some questions about my opinions on the Switch 2 and stuff while we were waiting.
Oh yeah, that's coming out soon.
Yeah, it is coming out soon. So...
Couple weeks.
Yeah, that's wild how fast it's coming out. That's wild. I'm... Gotta prepare for that. I want to make a bunch of Mario Kart World content.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. But before we go ahead and bring on Yoshi, I think it was Game and Plays. So Lil Ball of Fun didn't want to enter voice chat, but she did want to say something. She sent me a DM that she wanted me to say to you. So I was gonna go ahead and read that. She said that Grande, I'm sure all the events recently have been extremely hard. I hope you can continue to grow and learn as a person and a content creator, how your words and actions can affect people negatively, even if that wasn't the intention you meant. It sucks when people make content about you and no one comes to you for the truth. I should know. I truly hope you're able to find peace and happiness and can take accountability for your actions. I can't ever forgive what you put me through, but I hope the best for you always. Alright, are you there, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Did you hear the message?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I do appreciate it, and this.
Of course, I
don't know if I want to get into this too much.
I get you. I understand if it's like more personal stuff. So if you don't want to share, like, don't feel pressure to share in like a public stream or anything like that.
Yeah, I really rather not, to be honest.
Okay. But yeah, that's her response. Something that she wanted to say to you on the stream.
All right, I do appreciate it.
For sure. All right, let's go ahead and get Yoshi Games and Plays in here. Hello. Are you there?
Yeah.
Awesome. Now, I don't know you much personally myself. I think you've come to a few of my... I think you've been in a few of my streams, maybe, but yeah, I don't know you much personally, but Grande seems to be familiar with you, so... Yeah, I'll let you go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead and speak with Grande.
Hey, Grande, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, Yoshi?
It's going great. So, just to get to it, I'll give you a second chance. So, I'll give you a second chance on my channel. I'll resubscribe to your channel, and so yeah, going forward with it, I hope you don't do this again. We can be friends again, hopefully. And yeah, going forward with it, we will be friends.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Like, I try to be friends with everyone. I know it's not possible in today's age. You know, people are gonna have disagreements on things, but yeah, I do my absolute best to get along with everyone. I really do.
Yeah. I do agree.
Yeah, for sure.
Was there anything else that you wanted to say to Grande, Yoshi?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Just wanted to make sure.
For sure. Well, we appreciate you coming on to do that and being willing to, you know, still be friends with Grande and, you know, try to rekindle stuff. So.
All
right. Well, hope you have a good day, Yoshi. And I know I don't know you too much myself, but welcome. Happy to have you here.
Same.
All right.
Take care.
Take care.
Thanks, Yoshi.
All right, and the last one that I saw is external, which I remember I was asking earlier if he wanted to hop on, but I guess, you know, he wants to hop on now, which is great. I just recently started getting to know external as a content creator recently too, because him and Nick get along pretty well. Do I have him on Discord? Is it I'm trying to look. What is his name on Discord? Hold on. I'm gonna check.
Is it? It's external, like ITZ, maybe.
Probably. Let me see here. Trying to find. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, he said in chat there.
He sent me a friend request. I didn't accept it, but now I accepted it. There we go. I got him. Okay, I'm adding him to the call now. Hey, what's up, Luke?
Hello. First of all, I want to thank Novice for the opportunity to be here. So, thank you for that.
Yeah, of course, man. It's good to hear your voice. I haven't spoken to you too much yet, but I can tell like you're a content creator that I'd get along with pretty well.
Thank you. So, I have a few questions. First of all, Ryan. You don't mind that I call you Ryan, correct? Just want to get that.
No, you're good.
So, you mentioned that you'll be talking to Ballo and Purple Phoenix later on. Do you plan on still supporting them after what they said and what they've done? Do you plan on still supporting them?
I would like to still support them, but it really just depends on what they tell me exactly, and then I'll make my decision based off that. I want to support them because I do still consider them very good friends.
My second question for you, and you don't have to answer this, but after seeing Purple Phoenix defend Ballomatic's actions, why would you keep her as a mod? Once again, no pressure to answer.
That is a good question. Well, again, it's partially just because, again, I see her as a good friend still, and she does do a good job at it. And I still feel like, as of now, until I talk to them and I really just understand exactly where they're at right now, I'm not going to hold too much against them, because I think they might be in the same position that I was in, just kind of being afraid to speak up. And I totally get that, because I was there for, I mean, how many months did it take me to say something? So I totally get it, but again, I'm hoping we can all just get along and, you know, kind of forget about this. That's my goal. That's the hope that I have, but it's really going to depend on what they tell me exactly.
Personally, I don't think forgetting about this is the right approach. I think a lesson should be learned from this entire situation, that people should be accepted and that they shouldn't be excluded for who they are. And
Right.
I think that this should just show, this should be a landmark that everyone's gonna move in a new direction, and that inclusivity is gonna be prioritized, since clearly it wasn't before, just based on Ballo's statements and the fact that Savannah covered it up. And as it's already been discussed, that they were deleting things asking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I should rephrase it. It's probably... You are right about that. I think we shouldn't forget about it necessarily, because it's important to learn from our mistakes. So I should probably rephrase that a little bit. Because I think we can all learn something from this situation. I know I've learned a lot just today alone. But yeah, not forget about it completely, but just kind of move on from it, if that makes sense.
Do you have anything you'd like to say, Novice?
Me? I mean, I definitely think it's important that we don't forget. I think it's important not to dwell on things. Just opinions for myself. I think when you have a problem with a person and, you know, that person did something that hurt you quite a bit, I think reconciliation and being able to talk that out with the person is important. But, you know, I think it should be remembered, especially if it was like a really bad thing that person did, that event did happen. I think it's important to remember that, but also in future disagreements you have with that person, try not to bring up the old drama and the old laundry, and focus on, you know, what can we do to fix this now and how can we move on from this. So I see where you're coming from, Luke, but I also see where Ryan's coming from as well. I think it's important we look at, you know, the actions, we look at how Ryan, you know, goes about his community, and I think it's important that, of course, we still hold Ballomatic and Purple Phoenix accountable, but we just have to be very discerning in what's the line between holding accountable and harassment and needless drama. I think there's a very fine line there.
Fair enough.
Yeah, exactly.
I do have another question for you, if you don't mind answering. And what do you plan on doing in the future to prevent, I know I've asked it earlier in chat, what do you plan on doing to prevent something like this from happening again? What precautions are you taking?
Yeah, I think, I believe it was Hawk that had a similar question. Just, in terms of that, like, if I'm in a stream or whatever and I hear somebody say something that's controversial, I want to do a better job at reaching out to them quicker before it starts, you know, getting out of hand and stuff like this happens. And I just want to do a better job at really understanding where everyone else is, like everyone else's position. And I feel like I've improved on that in that sense, but I'm always looking to get better at it. But yeah, the big thing is just, you know, reaching out to people sooner before it gets crazy like this has.
Definitely.
Fair enough.
All right, well, did you have anything that...
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, of course. I'm happy to have you here,
I'd
Luke.
like to, real quick...
Uh-huh.
Thank you. I'd like to actually take a second, because personally, I did not expect this to happen, so I do appreciate you taking accountability for everything that's happened. Genuinely, it is appreciated. And I'd like to, before I go, I'd like to thank both of you guys for giving me the time of day to speak my mind and ask questions to see how we could prevent another incident like this from happening, since it shouldn't have happened the first time, but as we know it did. So I just wanted to know how it would be prevented from happening in the future. So thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and thanks for hopping on, Luke. It's good to hear from you, and
No problem.
I appreciate you asking the questions and showing your time and care about the situation.
No problem.
All right, man. Well, I'll talk to you later. And as far as I know, there's no one else in the chat, or no one else that I know that wants to hop in the call and ask you any more questions that way. Yeah, if I become aware of that, that might change. But one thing I did want to do before ending the stream, and I think it's very fair for me to do the Grande, especially with the way that you've responded to everything today and the way that the stream has gone on, is I want to publicly unlist both the last stream and the last video that I made about you, because I don't want that to cause any more harm to your reputation or your channel.
I appreciate that.
So I'm gonna go ahead and stream my my browser, and I'm gonna do that publicly so everyone can see. It's gonna show my 10 hours of lo-fi Nintendo beats. Let me see here. Let me try to resize it real quick.
Oh, I play that video. That same video quite a
Oh
bit.
yeah, I've gotten the spiel that a lot of us do. It's a very popular
I feel
one.
like it's a very well known. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me open this all the way up. Oh my goodness. So I understand that some of the some people might be sad about me taking this video down, and some people might have liked some of the jokes and stuff in it. But it's important that, you know, this affects Grande much more than, you know, the enjoyment you might get out of like a little meme in the video or a little joke that it has. So I think it's very important that I do take this step. Oh shoot, where's my mouse? Why does my mouse keep disappearing? Oh wait, there it is. Oh, why did the music stop? Okay, I hope it doesn't lag on me here. Can you still hear me, Ryan? Ryan?
Yep.
Oh,
I hear
okay,
you.
awesome. I was just trying to make sure that my
Oh.
stream wasn't like
Oh,
freezing
good.
up. Good.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and edit here. My video on you. I show it set to public. I am unlisting it. So no
I
one.
appreciate that.
Yeah. No more people in the public eye will be able to see this video. There we go. That one is unlisted.
I gotta say though, like just honestly, the editing was pretty good in that.
Thank you. No, and it wasn't just because it was like a video about you. Just in general, like I came back to making content recently, and I've just been really trying to up the ante with my editing, and I found like newfound inspiration of just putting a lot of effort into the videos that I make. So even videos that aren't about YouTube drama, because I wanted to make a video about Mario Kart World as well. I wanted to create a similar form of comedy and editing to that too. I don't want it to just be all about YouTube drama and like make it look like all my effort is going into tearing down content creators and all that stuff. Yeah, so
No, I know it's not, and I saw that in you immediately, which is part of the reason why I wanted to reach out to you in the first place.
for sure. Hello, NintendoNovice. My name's Coyote. What's going on? A lot. A lot's going on, Coyote. It's hard for me to just explain in like a little short explanation right here. But this whole 5-hour live stream explains it pretty well.
Can't believe it's been 5 hours.
Oh, I know. It's crazy. We're almost at the 5-hour mark. Okay, and now I am unlisting my stream about an honest conversation about the Grande gamer. Both those pieces of content are not needed anymore at this point. I think we all understand each other a lot better now, and I think we can... Wait, we're having trouble saving your video? Wait, let me see here. What the heck?
Oh.
Save. Man, I guess maybe YouTube still wants it up. Who knows? Jeez.
Oh, maybe.
Well, anyways, let me try one more time, and then if that doesn't work, yeah, because I've been having issues with my Opera GX browser recently. Okay, it looks like it is unlisted. So as far as I know, it is unlisted. If it's not, I'll check later and make sure it is unlisted. But yeah, both my video and stream about you are now unlisted.
All right, I appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But yeah, wait, I'll DM you. Okay, Rod's gonna DM you. And
Yep, I know I got a few over here I haven't gotten to yet.
okay, perfect. You stayed for the full 5 hours. Wow, look at that.
Oh, wow.
That's impressive. That's absolutely impressive. Yeah, I just want to say thank you for all the people that that joined. Let me the music back real quick. If it'll play. Okay, it is playing. But yeah, thank you for all the people that joined the stream and had very thoughtful questions to ask Ryan, and were very showed concern and care about the situation. And thank you for keeping it civil in the live chat for the most part, and being respectful about this conversation. Just trying to understand rather than just blatantly attack. There was a lot of very strong opinions that were shared by people, and there were some strong emotions that were shared as well. But and hopefully some bridges were built. There was more understanding given, and more elaboration on the issue. And I think the biggest person to thank out of anyone here is you, Ryan, yourself, because as Karen said earlier, you were the one. You know, you were really struggling with this for a while, but you decided to come on this stream and be willing to take me asking all of these questions and engage with people who were potentially going to give you some like really difficult questions as well. So I really do appreciate this, and not only that, but just sitting here for 5 hours taking all these questions too. That takes a lot of endurance too.
Yeah, well, first of all, just thank you. Just thank you for having me. And like Novice said, thank you to everyone in the chat for keeping it civil. This was not an easy thing for me to do, because as I stated earlier, I don't really like confrontation, but with NintendoNovice, I saw that he wasn't trying to, attack people or bring them down. I saw that in him, so I reached out to him, and I'm glad I did, because I don't know about everyone else in the chat, but I know I learned quite a bit today, personally. And one more thing I do want to say is, like, once again, my Discord DMs, they are open. Just make sure you send me a friend request. What I will say also, I do apologize if I'm a little bit slow responding, because I'm not on Discord a whole lot, but I am trying to check that a little bit more. I've already got a few here I got to get to, so...
And,
yeah, I just really hope that this can be the... I think it was a step in the right direction. I just hope we can
100%,
continue on that path.
I also do want to say that if people are having issues adding Grande as a friend on Discord, the tag to add him as a friend is the Grande Gamer, no space, no capitalization. You could request to add that as a friend on Discord, and it should pop up. He should get the request, but if you do have any issues adding him as a friend, you could always reach out to me as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, Ryan. Well, I also do want to say, chat, that I am interested in working with the Grande Gamer in the future. Maybe do like a collab stream here and there, and Ryan expressed interest in doing that as well. You know, maybe Mario Kart World comes out, we could do a little bit of Mario Kart World. Who knows? We'll see how the future goes, if time allows, if circumstance allows. But I think it'd be cool to see some unity in the community in that sense.
I agree, 100%.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and say bye to you, Ryan. But just thanks again, and I'm really happy about today, and I'm happy that things are going in the right direction. This is awesome.
Yeah, same here. And once again, just thank you so much for having me. This really meant a lot to me. It really did.
Of course, man. Happy to do so. Happy to do so. All right. Have a good rest of your day, bro. Take care of yourself, all right?
Thanks. Same to you.
Alrighty. Bye. Alright, chat. Well, that was the stream of all time. I've never done anything like that before. If you've been part of my community at all within the last 5 years or so, I've done many gaming streams. I've done some creative projects. I've done like a talent show on stream. I've done a fake murder mystery on stream. Oh, hi, Ash. You did come at the end. Yes. So I've done a lot of things on stream, but never have I ever done a stream where I have someone on addressing a controversy like this to this extent. I do see this as like a sign of a new generation of NintendoNovice content, because I do want to have more conversation-based streams like this and bring other creators on to talk about stuff, and not YouTube drama in particular, even though everyone loves the gossip, everyone loves the drama, right? They want to see who's the bad guy of the week, who's the bad guy of this week. But I want to talk about like current events happening within gaming, within Nintendo. Like I want to talk about like all the controversial Nintendo decisions, updates regarding Nintendo, having a conversation with you guys in the chat, and doing stuff like that. Again, like bringing on like guest speakers and people to talk as well. Yeah, kind of like a podcast, but live as well. I get to interact with the chat. Oh, you know what? Podcasts are live a lot of times. What am I talking about? The H3 podcast is live. There's a lot of live podcasts. So yeah, I'm interested in doing stuff like that. I would like to make this a weekly thing, a discussion type of a stream. I do want to like do at least like one solo gaming stream a week, one discussion stream a week, and I want to do like the collab streams too, either with my viewers or other content creators. So I want to do like generally like maybe 3 streams a week, give or take. So why is it red? I'm not sure what's red, but yeah. Brian said in my chat, he said, one last thank you to you, Novice, and a huge thank you to everyone in the chat for keeping it civil. Today meant a lot to me. And it meant a lot to a lot of other people too, Ryan. This was a really good day, and I'm happy we were able to do something really good and positive and uplifting today. So, gonna check my DMs one more time in case anyone's trying to say something before I go ahead and end the stream. But I think we're pretty much good. I mean, let me see if there's anyone to raid. I don't really know of anyone off the top of my head to raid right now. But if you guys do have a raid suggestion, let me know. But otherwise, I'm probably just going to end the stream right here. And also, shout out to Abid for all those gifted memberships. And then for Norhart for renewing his membership as well. That was also really cool. But yeah, that's it, guys. That's the stream. That's the 5-hour stream. We made it to the 5-hour mark. Woohoo! Now it's purple. Nah, don't think of it like... Oh, wait. You're saying my stream is purple? Oh, I thought you were talking about Purple Phoenix at first. No, but that is strange. Anyway, love y'all lots. I love the Novice Nation. We're gonna keep on trying to do positive stuff on YouTube. We're gonna keep trying to bring people together, create bridges and not walls. My motto, aside from the one I'm gonna say at the end of my stream, is love Nintendo, love people, and I hope I'm able to demonstrate and show that in all that I do on this platform. And with all of that said, as always, remember when life gives you coins, make 1-ups. And I don't know when I'm going to be streaming next this week. I didn't think this far. Honestly, I've just been so busy, but I'll probably... My Paper Mario stream on Friday. Yes, my Paper Mario stream this Friday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. I'm getting pretty close to the end of the game. So I think there's just 3 more chapters left. So stay tuned for that. I'm looking forward to that stream, and then just videos, shorts, and all of the above coming out soon. So love y'all, and remember, when life gives you coins, make 1-ups, and take care of yourselves, guys. Have a great rest of your day. All right, see y'all later.